come chill with me?
Yeah, let's go. Oh, you're going?
Is that baby or KB?
You want to come chill with me?
I come chill with you.
Okay, come chill with me then. Okay, you do want to chill with me?
I do.
Okay, let's chill.
Where do you want to go?
I don't care. Where do you want to go? You said you want to come chill with me. Where do you want to go? Take me where you're gonna go, Joe.
Hey guys, welcome to Little Blackbird 91. Listen, it's crazy. We're having a super panel on Love is Blind. This is my fault, my bad, guys. I was banging out some work and I actually forgot about the time. But listen, we're talking to you guys about Love is Blind episode 1 to 6 because tomorrow the rest of the 7, 8, and 9, I believe, drops as well, and there's going to be some more carnage. I don't know about you guys, but there's been interviews dropping across the board. I've seen KB, I've seen Casey, and Patrick already have interviews. Really, when I start seeing people get interviews early, you know what? I want to be honest with you. It goes with what El Cid always says, right? El Cid always says when people do interviews early, people are getting ahead of the devil. And I have questions. I actually watched the AD and KB interview, and I have even more questions. I'm wondering why KB did an interview so early. Like, what's the reason? Number 2, I have to ask a question. Everybody deserves love, but this is a TV show. Why have we got somebody who is on a spectrum, potentially emotionally challenged, maybe mentally challenged a little bit as well, right? In terms of that, why are they on a show? I have to be honest with that, you know? And, you know, you doing this, it does make me feel a little bit, you know, it does make me feel a little bit like, you know, like, are they setting people up? You know what I'm saying to you, right? Setting people up on this particular show. Now, again, I actually, and I wish I'll probably do a breakdown tomorrow, not today, but tomorrow I'll do a breakdown of the KB interview, because when I listened to it, I was like, well, girl likes to save people. She likes to fix people. So that, you know, it makes sense why she ended up getting with somebody like, it made sense why she got with somebody like Edmund, right? She was trying to save him. So, but my thing is, her coming out to the interview now tells me there was probably some other madness that also was happening. I think it's diabolical of the show to put someone like Edmund on the show. It's irresponsible. It's irresponsible. And it goes to show again once more that they could vet better and intentionally don't choose to do better. Do you get what I'm saying to you? I think that's nasty work. There's literally no need for that. When we talk about systematic racism, this is the kind of bullcrap we're talking about. Because there's no need to put somebody who you can tell. You don't even need to do a physical test. You don't need to do a psychological test. You can tell by just talking to him, right, that Edmund, you know, is emotionally, mentally a little bit behind, right, in the way that he deals with things. You know what I'm saying to you? At least if they have a disability where she can't see very well in low lighting, we can take that one. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think you can work with somebody who's got a disability such as like a low level lighting. It's not like she's blind. She could become blind, but she isn't blind. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Like, you can work with that one. But when somebody's emotionally and mentally, like, I don't want to say almost stunted, but, you know, their responses show that there's, do you know what I mean? You have to be there's no need to put this person on the show. It's irresponsible. That's not to say that he hasn't achieved many things, overcome many things as well, you know, and in that particular space. Doesn't mean that at all, but I just think it's nasty work. Okay, I think it's nasty work, and Love is Blind know exactly what they're doing. That's why they're getting KB to do an interview with AD specifically early as well. Okay, you're trying to soften us up, and I keep saying that Love is Blind ain't getting my softening up, bro. You're going to keep getting my heat because it's nonsense, some of the things you do. Hey, listen, I'd rather see more people like Casey than see Edmund. No offense to Edmund, you know what I mean? Because you put the other party in a space, right? That's what I'm saying. You know, so Yeah, in that space, that was nasty work. And then we obviously have Casey. Yes, Casey and Patrick had an interview as well. Casey, unaccountable individual. She ain't gonna be accountable for nobody. We know already that Casey is not going to be accountable. Yeah, we just know that, man. We already know that Casey isn't trying to be accountable, and she wasn't accountable in that interview either. Okay, nasty work, nasty work. You know, so that was another thing as well. Then we also have who else do we have? Sorry, Joe and obviously Madison. I like them. I think they're cool. But Joe was giving me that he was on something. Can't lie to you. It felt like Joe was taking some kind of drugs as to why he was the way he was. I can't play with you. Okay. You know, so I was looking at it like, well, Joe, is Joe okay? Because that scene in Mexico was a little bit crazy. Okay, that scene in Mexico was a little bit off for me, and I felt a type of way. But I'm not saying like he's crazy, like he's the worst thing in the world, but rather I was just a little bit like the response was a bit weird. Now he may have been drunk, he may have been tired, and he may have been asleep, so the response might have been a little bit weird. You know what I'm saying to you? But just during the whole day, his behavior was slightly off a little bit as well. Megan and Jonathan. Jordan, sorry. Megan and Jordan. Let me say, I want to say, you know, the Megan and Jordan situation. I'm wondering how long before she gets irritated. You know what I mean? I'm wondering how long before old girl gets tired and sick and tired of him. You know what I mean? Because I look at Jordan and I go, it feels like the financial disparity between the two of them, and she's wrapped her whole identity in trying to be a mother to a child who has the same sickness. Sorry, I shouldn't say. Should I say sickness? Same struggles as their father did. You know, you're gonna have the same trouble. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm like, I know she went with a person who made her feel like a kid again, but I'm wondering how much will the material aspects play a role in this? How much will the finances play a role in this? How long before you get annoyed at his jokey, fun, openly, you know, kind of aspect? How long before? Right? So this tells me that, baby girl, you chose someone because you were afraid of Mike. You should have just chose Mike. Should have just chose Mike. It'd have been cool. You know what I mean? I don't think there's anything wrong with Jordan. I just don't think he's the right one for her. And she never had him as number one at the beginning. It was actually Mike who she was. But she got afraid and then ended up switching because he felt like obviously Jordan spoke to her inner child. Yeah. But yeah, done off and did off. Political. We'll revisit them a few minutes later. And then we also have Anton and Alini. Now, Anton and Alini, the interesting thing about them is I actually do believe in them, but I'm concerned someone's gonna do something stupid. Okay. Someone's gonna do something stupid. I can feel it in my bones that someone between Anton and Alini, which is Ali, but I think her name is Alini or something like that. Someone gonna do something stupid. I don't know. I just feel it like just the way that the little comments, you know, about the 10K ring, and then about not closing your eyes when you kiss, and I just felt like someone's gonna say something stupid. Someone's gonna say something dumb. Someone's gonna say something that's gonna cause the people them to go off scale. Do you get what I'm saying to you? So, you know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. I feel like it's gonna be you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm intrigued to see where that particular relationship will end up and where it will go. Yeah, I think it's going to be a problem for them too long term. But anyway, listen, look, you know, I can talk and yap all day. I can't, but I could yap a little bit longer. But I thought, listen, we're gonna have a super panel. I have a few people on who want to share their opinions. If you do want to join the panel and have your say, There is a link in the chat. Please, we need cameras up. If you're not gonna come camera up, don't come up. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. I put a link in the chat for you guys. If you want to come up, by all means, click on the link. Can kind of have your say. But if you want to come up, come up. Also, by the way, if you're not a member, there's a time limit coming in. I know you're enjoying the festivities of being a part of this particular live right now, but you know, the super panels, we got to put up a little bit of protection here, you know? Got to put a little bit of protection up in here, you know? So if you're here and you're a part of you know, the live today, I want you to enjoy this few moments because it's about to go members only. And you know what they're doing? They give us a little timer now. Hopefully they've sorted out because they've been telling me and messaging me saying that they got timers now to let us know, but we'll see if it actually works because you know they've been telling us a whole bunch of stuff but don't actually ever do it. So that's another story for another day. You know what I mean? But yeah, cool. I don't think they've even done it yet. They said they were gonna do it, but they ain't done it yet. But cool. I'm gonna get my people up onto the panel to join us. Again, if you want to join a conversation, the link is in the chat as well. If you have not joined the membership, there is a link down below. It says a little S, okay, chain on there. Click on it. Get yourself to be part of the membership, okay? All right. All right, cool. Let me get my phantasmal panelist on the live right now and get them to be a part of the conversation. Get me? All right, cool. Let's get this. All right, let's get this up. Okay. Yo.
What's good?
What's good? How we doing? What's popping? Episode 1 to 6. Love is Blind was a little bit crazy. I know you guys were watching along, had your own opinions, had your own thoughts. We just come off the back of Love is Blind France. I know we need to do that. We need to have that reunion. We'll do. We didn't do the reunion yet, so that's Thursday. We'll do that. But what's your thoughts, man, on this situation? Easton, your mic's already open, so I'm gonna let you go first. What are we saying about this situation of episode 1 to 6? What's your thoughts? Just opening thoughts on this season so far.
I think we've seen the transition of the show being like really. I think we all knew that Love is Blind, like the concept was novel, but I think you're starting to see that it's more catered towards the drama than it is the concept of people finding each other. Just with the cast that they did select, just with how they're editing, and it's hopefully that we get somebody, at least one person together, but I don't think that any of these individuals are really fit for a relationship. And as apparent as it is with some of the castmates' flaws, I don't want that to overshadow like how flawed everybody is in this entire season. But this has been an interesting season to start off with. The first 6 episodes have been pretty exciting so far.
Sid, opening thoughts about this season.
Sorry, I was trying to come at Easton in the comment section. It's diabolical. I don't think there's a single couple that I'm rooting for at all. At all. It's just way too problematic. And Denver, we already had Maps Denver, and we saw diabolical on Grooms and on the bride sides. And now here we come, Love is Blind Denver. We're going to need to stay out of Denver. Okay, we're going to need to stay out of the Mile High Club. We're going to need to stay out of Denver because this is bringing out so many layers of, low self-esteem. I'm sorry, the internal white supremacy of it all. I mean, Denver, you are the first to legalize the green. And here you are acting up. I'm sorry.
You ain't telling lies. I hear you. Definitely hear you in that particular aspect. You know what I mean? So let's start strong. You know what I mean? Let's always start strong. We like to start strong on this one here. The most obvious thing is KB plus Edmund situation. We got to see a crazy scenario between this particular couple. on several fronts. I mean, a brother was crying over not getting the sex. Somebody was telling him to fight for her love, fight of a man, and everything like that as well. She chose it because he's a project and that. Let's just have a look at a little bit of a clip just to remind ourselves what happened.
I'm like,
My baby.
Oh my
This my
goodness.
dad. I'm not as affectionate. That's me though. And I mean, these are things we have to consider when we talk about saying I do at the altar. This is.
No, I didn't play the worst part, but I want to get y'all thoughts, man. KB and Edmund, first 6 episodes. Before we even get to the end, the opening parts of the pods, how did we see Edmund and KB in the pods? What were our thoughts about about KB and Edmund in the pods before we get into the Mexico trip? How do we see those two in that space? How do we see them? Who would like to go first this one? Yes, Easton.
I'm not going to, again, harp on the I won't say very obvious because none of us are doctors or specialists, but we can all make our assumptions. And I think that we should in this case, but I don't like how Edmund is really kind of being portrayed, or at least his entire body of work so far on this season is basically being amalgamated up to the end of episode 6 or what that happened. To be honest, I think has shown that he is willing to like grow, or at least he seems like he's rough around the edges, but he has a good heart. KB seems like she is, make a work in progress as well. Her issues aren't nearly as apparent as Edmund's are, but in the midst of all of this stuff, he has a lot of room to grow. And I'm just like, I'll get into a little bit more based off of how people talk about this, but I just want to be really careful about how I tread on this because I don't think it's as simple as him just wanting sex or anything like that. I think their relationship, him kissing the ground, he's very quirky. His style, I don't think it's that bad, but I think that they come in with a little bit of there's leverage all over the place that needs to be worked on from a viewer standpoint, but we can get into that a little bit later.
Glenn, welcome. Want to get your thoughts, opening thoughts in terms of, sorry, I say opening thoughts, but thoughts on KB and Edmund in the pods. So before we get to Mexico, we're just going to talk about the pods. How did you view their interactions? What did you see? What was you picking up from that particular perspective?
From the pods, man, I viewed her as being, based off her work in social work, that she could pick up some things because of his speech, pick up some things because of the way he told stories. I think she felt sorry for him. The way that he was telling the story, from being in the foster homes, from his mom and dad leaving him, from them bouncing from house to house, from him not having a family search per se. She felt kind of sorry for him. Now, of course, we know some things were cut out of their conversations, but I think the conversation that they were having, she liked the attention. Based off some of his antics, right? The way that he was being animated, and not everybody has their own thing. You could tell that was something from us, from viewing, we could tell something was wrong. For her hearing it, she could have, and if she's where she says she's at in her profession, she should be able to pick up on that as well. I think it was something different from what she was used to. I would love to have seen who else she was talking to in the pods besides Edmund, to see what her choices were, because I'm sure she had some other people that she had to eliminate. They probably just didn't show that. But I think she was able to pick up who Edmund was, and based off his behavior, and a sweet nothing. She just liked to be complimented. She wanted to be complimented. She wanted to be first, and that's where she was at, because she said it. She said, I have everything. I don't really need a man. I just want somebody to be there with me. And that's what she said. So she feel like she had the money. She feel like she has everything else. She just doesn't have that guy. And I think her mindset was, well, I didn't come here to not leave with anybody. I need to leave with somebody. And I think she left with somebody, so that's just thoughts on that.
Fair points. El Cid.
Okay. I have never felt more kinship with Jesse Wu than I did watching this entire time. Okay? When Jesse Wu keeps saying, Chris Colleen with your raggedy this is exactly what she means. This is exactly what she is meaning. She meant it before. We have seen other pieces of it, and this has taken it to the nth degree. And while we know, Edmund, okay, you're on a different galaxy stratosphere, you are at a different mile high than I know, I will speak of you so gently. But you did sign up for the show. You are grown enough to get yourself some degrees. Okay? He is an educated man. He's educated enough to watch Love is Blind and know exactly what happened to people after this. Okay? I'm a still talk about him gently as you know, a black man. But again, he is over exuberant. And she says it in the pods and still picks him. She's like, you gonna wear me out. You gonna tire me out. You gonna be too much. Daggone. She is saying it and not watching her own red flags appear. And then she is becoming the caseworker to him. And I think here's where I think, you know, where I think she may have saw him as more than, is when he was able to share with her how he can forgive his parents for his foster care period, for his foster care life, is where she was like, how did you get there? Because I can't get there, and my dad is an absent father. And I think that is the only part where she was like, wait a minute, he may be more emotionally mature than me in this respect. It could be that she saw it that way, but I see it as he could have just swept it aside and move on with life. He said he's from West Virginia, one of the poorest states. That's where he went to foster care, in West Virginia. Remember, y'all, who else from Love is Blind came from West Virginia? Who else? Hannah. Y'all remember Hannah? Okay. Hannah came from West Virginia and ended up all the way in DC doing all kinds of foolishness. And then he transplanted to Denver. I would like to know something, Edmund. What drew you to Denver? What brought Edmund, that grew up, went to college from West Virginia, to Denver? I would love to know that. But y'all realize all these interviews going on out here. Where's Edmund's interview? Where's Edmund's interview? Where is Edmund out here talking to people? I don't hear a peep. I don't see an article. I don't even see a YouTube short. So it's telling me this diabolical stuff that's happening behind the scenes that's coming up. Y'all are using this man, and you probably told him you can't talk yet. You can't talk and say your part yet. They're probably keeping him in the gate behind the stable because they know we coming at them on his behalf, or because of him, or because of the situation. Again, yes, Edmund does deserve love, but I feel in this pod situation, I think they kind of showed a lot of him that could have been kept on the cutting room floor. And they showed stuff that I'm sure other people, if they showed about them, we would be having the same kind of conversation. So the thing is of not Edmund is there, is why they're using him in this way. In the same when we get to other people, people you choose to put up a sign to say they have left the show, or you decide to show them leaving the show. They do choose that. So it's not just Edmund being exploited here. Y'all need to look at Patrick, and y'all need to look at a whole bunch of other people being exploited here. So yes, again, I will end my comment the way I started. Jesse Wu always tells us, Chris Colleen with your raggedy A.
Hey, I'll say it real quick. He ended up in West Virginia because that's where he played football at. He played at Fairmont University in Charleston, West Virginia. So that's how he ended up in well, that's how he
ended up in Denver.
Oh, my bad. I thought you told me.
Yeah, he was in West Virginia. He said he was born and raised in West Virginia.
Yeah, not sure how he ended up in Denver though. My bad.
Yeah.
Fair points. Dahlia?
Okay, so you were asking about my impressions of them in the pause, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I know people are saying that they think that Edmund is autistic or neurodivergent. I don't see autism in him. I have an autistic brother. I'm around autistic people. Edward doesn't have a not Edward. Edmund doesn't have a problem with eye contact. He doesn't have issues with physical touch. He doesn't get into mental loops where they focus on like one thing and they can't let it go. He doesn't obsess over certain things like my brother. He's into cars. He likes Thomas the Train. He's convinced that he's going to meet his wife in Africa and they will have 6 children. He already has the names picked out and he's 20. Okay. So that's my brother. Right. Those are his friends. That's what I'm used to seeing here. And I don't see that in him. It's possible. Maybe I don't want to diagnose him. Maybe he has ADHD. I can see that because this man has an excess of energy. My God, if I was his mom, I would be tired trying to like get him to sit still somewhere. Like he's just going. Like he can't sit still. So I can maybe make a case for that, but I don't see autism in him. What I do see somebody who has arrested development and who's emotionally stunted because he was in and out of foster care his whole life. So he hasn't had emotional regulation modeled to him, because where would he have seen that? It's clearly not happening with his parents, and he hasn't been with any foster family long enough to have that model to him. So honestly, the fact that he's able to present as well is kind of a miracle. Like, we don't know what that man has been through, but it could be a whole lot worse. Because I know some aged out foster kids, and yeah, they're not doing too hot. So kudos to him, because I think it's actually pretty impressive that he was able to crawl out of that and make something of himself. And he wants a family. A lot of people, when they go through stuff like that, they're not looking to have families. They're just trying to like they're just trying to survive. They're just trying to like bliss out. So I think that's actually pretty impressive. As far as KB is concerned, Kojo, I also felt the same thing, or maybe I don't know if it was Kojo who said this, that she kind of put her social worker hat on when she was dealing with him. Like you could hear it in her voice. Oh, it's okay, baby. What happened? No, go ahead, cry it out. It's all right. You know what I mean? Like she talks like I imagine she talks to those kids that she's dealing with. I've never heard of a traveling social worker. That sounds pretty cool, but she's clearly good at her job. You can tell that she's dealing with him with kid gloves. You can see it, because then when you see her out of the pods and she's dealing with him face to face, you kind of get like a different impression of her. But as far as social worker KB, yeah, she knows what she's doing. And I felt like, and you can tell now that we have more information about her dad, is that she's trying to prove herself. She feels this need to like, it's almost like a competition with him. Like she thinks the love is transactional. And I feel for her, because I had the same experience and I'm actively working through that now. So I can see a kindred spirit here. Is that she feels like, oh, he bought me something. Oh, I have to buy him something. He said something nice to me. Oh, I have to write him a love letter. He did this thing for me. I have to do that. That's why she opened with that whole speech about going 50-50. That was unnecessary. No other woman said that except for her. Why did you feel the need to say that, ma'am? And I remember saying out loud, no, KB, like, don't do that. Why would you do that to yourself? And yeah, I feel bad, because I feel like these two people, they're going to try to, like, how do I put this? They're going to try and use each other for healing. This is like the very definition of trauma bonding right here. And I feel bad for both of them. I really do. And yeah, I absolutely believe Netflix and Chris Colleen with his raggedy ass, yeah, they're absolutely exploiting the both of these people, and Patrick too. But Patrick is worse, because Patrick, well, we won't get on him. Anyways, yeah, they're into the exploitation game. So I'll leave it there.
Appreciate it, Dahlia. Thank you very much. All right, Kathleen, welcome. I know you want to share some thoughts.
You're on mute.
You have to unmute yourself.
Hey, family, how y'all doing? How y'all doing tonight?
We're good.
Good, good.
Good. Well, I'm on FYI, I'm on grandma duty, so if you could see me go between get your behind over here to like professionalism, that's why. Okay. So anyway, several things going on here. Several things. First of all, I agree with my brother who says that, you know, folks shouldn't be diagnosed, you know, on TV. You know what I'm saying? We shouldn't be diagnosing folks. But and thank you, sister, for you know, sharing about your brother. But the autism is a wide spectrum. You have had people on a lot of shows who have disclosed after the fact that they were on the spectrum. There was a young lady that was on Tyra Banks' America's Next Top Model who disclosed mid-season that she was on the spectrum. So you have a wide range of individuals of cases of autism. Secondly, I question the network and Netflix of who they have on staff. I don't know their vetting process. I do know their vetting process, but someone had to pick up that there was something going on with this young man, whether it was autism or whatever. There's some emotional issues going on there that this was not the show for him. This was not the place for Edmund, because there's too much going on with him emotionally, as well as other people that we've seen in the past. But this has to be like the worst. This has to be the worst. And I think there's an exploitation going on all parts. I believe this young man was bought on here, and now they're going to suffer the repercussions for that because we've only seen part of this. And the crash out that we've seen so far has been cringy, And excuse me, that's not a professional term, but what we've seen so far has been concerning. And I don't know what editing's doing or how much more we're going to see, but it's concerning. And I hope that that there are people checking in with this young man and seeing that he's okay. On to KB. This is a hard one for me to put apart, but then it's not. I have been accused in my relationships of getting into relationships with people and trying to be their therapist and trying to be their social worker. I've even had guys say, "Okay, Kathleen, are you trying to be my social worker? Are you trying to be my social worker? I'm not your client," but nothing to the severity of an Edmund. So let me clarify that. So I think that she viewed him as a project. But then once she got in, when he was in that bed and she was looking at him, she was like, what the hell have I got myself into? She looked at him in that bed, and when he was crashing about not getting the coochie, she looked at him and she said, in her head, I could read her lips, she said, what have I got myself into? It was almost like she just wanted to get her bags and leave right then and there, but she knew them cameras was rolling. I think that she knows that she's messed up, and she thought, but by talking with him behind the scenes like she was in them pods, that, oh, I could save him. Oh, he's going to be okay. But you could tell day one he was working on nerves. This man won't be still. Oh my God, he's so hyper. He won't be still. And then when he went and made that girl feel bad, Anna feel bad, we was back here crying. You was wrong what you did to that boy. And then she had to correct him and tell him like, no, honey, no, you don't need to be saying that. You don't need to be saying that. You shouldn't be telling that. Stop right now. Stop right now. Well, I want to know what people say. I'm the only one that ain't had sex. Like different things where she's got to correct him every 5 minutes. She's just being his social worker on this set, y'all. This is not a couple. This is a client. This is a client and a client and a therapist relationship going on that we see in y'all. This is all this is what we're seeing right now on this television show. And I hope that people write in. I hope people call this because this is not funny. Like, this is seriously not funny. This young man has some issues, and low key, she got some issues too. And she probably need to go take a professional hiatus for a while. And I'm not saying it to be funny. She need to go get some healing about her daddy. Go sit down for a minute. I've had to do it before as a professional. Let me sit this out for a minute so I go get some therapy and get some healing because I don't need to be dealing with people right now because I'm not in a good place to go heal people when I ain't totally healed. So, you know, this is not cute, guys. And as far as Patrick, I'm not even gonna go in on Patrick because that's, you know, that's a lot of self-hate going on there, y'all. When he described himself, I'm just an average Denver boy.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Okay, we're not there. Okay, I'm sorry. I heard somebody mention
That's
Patrick,
right.
but yeah, this needs to be a cautionary tale for not only Netflix but for other shows because we don't even know we only 6 episodes in. How many more we got left? We got 6 more, y'all. And Lord, we don't even know what he gonna do when he get to the altar. If they get to the altar, child, I'm just saying, Kojo, you the
Say,
pray. Where's Sean? Sean is the bishop. Sean, I'm serious. I'm not even playing with y'all. Y'all need to pray that girl's strength. But she realizes she done messed up. She realizes.
in the
She
previews, we
realized,
see her in the wedding dress on her wedding day.
Mm.
child, the
Well,
Father,
she
Son,
definitely
and the
got some
Holy
Alzheimer's.
Spirit. Lord. But anyway, Kojo, thank you for letting me come on. There's another sister on
No
there. Her
worries.
name's R. Smith. She's a licensed clinical therapist as well. But this is not good, people. This is not good.
I definitely hear you. I definitely
Yeah, and
hear
I
you.
definitely and go back and review about the spectrum. Like I said, on other shows, other reality shows, there have been people that have been on the spectrum that you would have never known.
Mm.
This one, now this one we ain't even child. If it ain't autism, it's something.
Mm.
Some emotional issues. So that he needs some deep, intense, because he cries at the drop of the hat. It just anything tears him up, you know. And I'm kind of kind of low key, kind of fearful for our girl KB. There ain't no way that I would have went to sleep that night.
I ain't
I ain't
worried
no
about
way I would have went
KB.
to, I ain't no way I would have went to sleep that night right there, because he sounded like he was gonna try to take something from somebody. But anyway, let me
K,
just be quiet.
KB
Thank you.
used to some roughnecks. You ain't got to worry about KB. She used to roughnecks, but we'll get into that later.
Well, if she wants 50-50, you got a 50-50 fight too.
Listen, I definitely hear you. Listen, all right, we touch first base for this one here. Okay, we touch. I mean, I guess the second question to I guess ask, and I want to be cautious about this because, you know, I'm cautious because I did start questioning. I started asking myself, why would she want to be like again? I'm questioning because there's multiple layers to this. Number one, I thought to myself, if this is your profession, even if it's not your profession, you can almost hear through the language, the tone, everything he's kind of said. Okay, so maybe you didn't clock it when you didn't. Okay, cool. After, that's a no-go. Like you just like once you see him in person, how he reacts to things, it's now a no-go kind of situation, right? So my thought process is to ask that question. I'm like, okay, so KB, like, I mean, does that bring us to question the abilities when it comes to her job? But I also understand as well that I also have to be very careful not to also rule out someone like like Edmund, just because he's also quote unquote, we're just gonna use the word spectrum, just because he's on the spectrum, right? Because everybody deserves love, and if she chooses she wants to love him, I can't now say, well, then you can't love him because he's on the spectrum. Do you know what I mean? So my question is very cautious when I'm saying this in that particular space. So I guess what I'm really asking here is, because we've dissected a little bit of Edmund. KB has let us know that she likes to save people. She likes to fix people. That's her kind of problem. But why do we feel like KB has chosen Edmund to go forward with? I know she said she couldn't. If you watch the interview, she said she couldn't find anybody else. She locks in early, but I'm just saying, why do we feel like KB chose Edmund? Because she's a very pretty woman. Like she said, she gets guys that are 6'5" and no hench and all that kind of stuff. Why Edmund? Why is it Edmund? You know what I mean? Why is it Edmund? And again, I'm being very cautious when I ask this question because it is biased and it's kind of rude. So I'm going to be honest with you. It is kind of rude. No, it's real. It's kind of rude because it's saying that someone on the spectrum doesn't deserve love, almost in a sense. So, but yes, Dalia.
She actually answered this question in the pods when she was in the little prep area. I don't know what to call it. The little living room area where all the girls are. She was talking to the other women and she was saying, "I'm used to alpha men, but I want to do something different." And Edmund is not that same kind of guy, and he's not the alpha that I'm used to, but I like that. And I think it would be good for me to be with somebody who's not like who I've had before, which is true. Edmund is not, he's not really an alpha kind of guy. He couldn't even kill a bug. So, and I think that she realized that in real time as she was talking to those women, that's not what she says that she wants, but I don't think that she actually meditated on it and really thought it through what that would mean. Because when she got the full non-alpha experience, she didn't know how to handle that. And I don't think she liked it. I don't think she was attracted to that. Even when she was testing him with that question about the club, she didn't like his answer and she thought he was going to say something different. And he was committed. He's like, no, this is who I am. This is how it's going to stay. I think that I think that what she says and what she actually wants are probably two very different things. So that's that's probably why she chose Edmund, because he's gentle and he seems very earnest. Like, who he is in the pods is who he is when he's talking to the men, is who he is when he's dealing with her one-on-one. Even the way he dresses, it's the same. Like, you know what you're getting with him. And that's, to be honest with you, if you, especially if you dealt with really intense alpha men like I suspect she has, I would imagine that's really attractive. It's like, I know what I'm getting here, and he's going to be gentle with me, and I don't have to worry about him coming at me or anything, or about him being like really aggressive. That's nice. So I can see why she went for him, even if it's just initially. Yeah.
But he came at her in real time. He came at her in real time. Real time he came at her for access. So
let's not get on that yet. We ain't even to that point yet.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Easton.
That let's keep it. I know what you're trying to do, El Cid, and I'm a little bit passionate about this. This is why I'm up early. It's 2 a.m. in Madrid, and I said, you know what, I got to be on the live for this one. But I think KB, like, let's just be honest. If we really on the show, everybody's got issues in their dating history. If you really on the show, like if you somebody who's, let me just keep it a buck. If you don't look like you're supposed to be on the show, for the most part, you either have issues dating, or you're trying to figure out or do something spontaneous or different. And that's not to be rude, but I think with KB and Edmund in particular, I first want to lay the table of KB is the most inconsistent out of the two of them in their relationship. From when she initially started about being 50-50 and being a partner and doing all this other stuff, to wanting an alpha and and him to be macho and this, that, and the third. Now, again, Edmund might be extremely volatile, and what we'll do, because I always say this, that we'll let one crash out from the man convolute the entire season, and we'll overlook all the issues that every other castmate have that might be a little bit more prevalent in real life and in real time. But we'll let Edmund's crash out overtake all that. But Edmund has been extremely, I'll say, consistent in his behaviors, and even to the point where he's recognized where he will crash out. Anytime that he crashed out when he cried about, or when he didn't want to talk about any of the stuff about the sex stuff with KB initially. She wanted to kind of open that up a little bit more. I think that Edmund kind of knows some stuff. He got enough sense to know when to go too deep on some stuff and when not to. But I guess he was enamored with KB, so he kept going on into how the sex stuff was an issue. Even before then, when he cried, he said, "This is going to make me emotional," and he let her know this, and he kind of like hinted on that. When KB talked about the scenario, it gives me like, you have a type and you haven't been getting your type, so let me get on the show and try something different, rather than doing the actual work. And she's a social worker, so she's pretty in tune with her emotions, so she'll use a lot of buzzwords, and she'll talk real calm and monotone, and it'll smooth things over to where she's portrayed as being really, really emotionally intelligent. But I'm telling you, she gonna crash out. Mark my words, she gonna crash out on that man. She didn't really like that man. That's why we'll get into the sex stuff. But she didn't like that man as soon as he did a sprint jog at the reveal, when he had them high waters she looked at him and was like, this ain't the roughneck that I'm used to. This ain't even like a regular 9-to-5 guy that I can kind of work with. This dude is on the whole other end of the spectrum. And she said, this is my time when I'm going to use that reservation to opt into intimacy. I'm going to double down on that, because we'll get into that. But to me, KB has been the most inconsistent. At least Edmund has identified what has made him emotional and what hasn't. And he tries to tell you, but kind of KB kind of like pushes him over the edge just a tad bit, and he crashes out.
And I think he's looking for love. He's looking for that mother figure, someone to be able to take care of him.
Yeah.
And then one of the reasons they bonded too, they're both athletes, right? They were both athletes. They understood the grind of being athletic, or what it took to be at a different level. She played college basketball. He played college Division II football. So they kind of bonded over the sports thing as well, and the discipline that it takes to be a top level athlete. It doesn't look like Edmund had missed many gym days, right? So he's that some areas of his life you can see there's discipline in. There's some areas of his life that he has structure in. You don't become a Division II football player unless you have some structure, right? Unless you have some discipline, unless you can follow directions and play, right? Nobody's investing that money into you for that. Truth be told, you really don't become a realtor in another state unless you have some discipline and some functionality, right? So I'm not going to insult his intelligence, because I believe the man is an intelligent man. He graduated college. He became a realtor. He's functioning on his own. Just emotionally in relationships, he does not fit the bill of what we think, right? He seemed like he's happy-go-lucky, right? I think he said his favorite thing to do is his favorite thing to do of all things is rollerblading, right? So he's still living as a child, right? He said rollerblading was his favorite thing to do. So he wants to live in that child type state, having fun, enjoying those moments, living life to the fullest. And so he has not been able to balance that. We haven't gotten to the I don't want to jump ahead into the sex scene yet, because there was a lot going on for him. I think he used some of his intelligence in there trying to manipulate KB, and I'm not giving her a pass on this neither. I think when she don't get a pass in this, for the simple fact is she has opportunity when she saw him and she recognized the high waters, as you said, Easton, and she saw him sprint high and run. I don't know about anybody else. I just thought Steve Urkel in my mind. I'm sorry. That's what I thought, right? Every time he talked, I thought Steve Urkel, right? And so I'm looking at him, and I'm sure she probably thought that as well. She got an opportunity to back out, but again, you're in a TV show. You're on this thing. You haven't found any other dude, so let's try to work this thing out. And I agree with you, Easton. I think she has messed with some guys on a different level. So I'm gonna use your word, roughnecks, right? Because the question that she asked him, that man, would you fight somebody for me? And he's trying to, and Easton was like, not Easton, Edmund was like, yo, I'm not trying to fight anybody. I'm not trying to put my hands on any man. I'm going to try to walk away. He's trying to live a peaceful life. And she wants somebody who, I got to fight every night to prove my love. Y'all got 5 heartbeats, 5 heartbeats reference. I got to fight every night to prove my love. That's what she's looking for, right? A fight every night person to prove their love. If y'all in the club and that man's going to try to move you and him to safety in this type of way now, or some kind of thing. She wanted him to step up in some areas that he's not capable or able to step up in, even with the bug issue, right? You from West Virginia. I'm sorry. You done seen enough bugs in your day coming from West Virginia that you wouldn't have a problem with killing a bug. And it wasn't even, he said, leave it a minute. So that shows that's where the emotional immaturity comes at. And so I don't, so we said spectrum and all that. I just think he's emotionally immature. And for whatever reason, he's emotionally immature, whether it's the foster homes, whether he wasn't given the attention he need, whether he putting on an act for TV, but he's just emotionally immature. And she has to recognize that, but she's willing to put up with it. But they only can put up with it for so long before, as Easton said, before you crash out. I think she does have a crash out moment because that emotional immaturity goes on even to the emotionally and not aware of your surroundings. He was putting suntan lotion on other women's backs, right? That to me, and dudes had to say, hey man, that's our women, right? Sure. That's the emotional immaturity that was there, that he doesn't understand or can't read the room, or haven't been able to read the room. So that's where my thoughts on Edmund is.
Glenn, I'm gonna have to. Oh, sorry, Glenn. I'm gonna have to, speak up for the rollerblading, roller skating community. There are grown folks out here, including Usher, who is out here, in the skating rink on a daily, weekly basis. So it is good, clean, adult fun, and the kiddos can get involved too. He's keeping himself fit. I'm gonna have to push back on the whole skating thing. There's communities where they have choreography and all kinds of stuff. There are couples out there competing all the time. So I'm not going to get him on the rollerblade. And plus, my grandfather, roller skated till his end. So I'm going to have to push back on that, good, clean fun. Okay. But for why did she choose him? I think she said she wanted to be a Captain Saver. And she's able to, I could say, use her feminine while she's able to guide him, move him in the direction in which you want him. He's more pliable. He seemed that way in the pods. But what happened is out in person, she realized that Edmund got a backbone and he ain't afraid to use it. He got opinion and he ain't afraid to say it. See, in the pods, I'm trying to romance you. I'm trying to get you to my side. I'm trying to get you into my web, said the spider to the fly. But when you get there, you're going to realize that you dinner and I'm trying to eat. Okay. And I'll leave it at that.
I was going to toss in there. You have two individuals who are deeply yearning for a family unit, deeply yearning for a family unit. She's got the missing father. She has the father that's missing. He was in the foster care. And so you have two individuals who are deeply yearning for that family unit. She concerned me. I was concerned with KB when I thought I considered it a mild crash out when she gave the example of I'm in the club and this what happens if this man touches me. And I thought he answered very well because she never once took into consideration that it's hunting season for Black African American men. She never once thought that, okay, so we're in a club and this could potentially go bad. Here comes the cops. You never took into consideration that this is a black man that she already knows has some issues. So why would she even want to put him in that predicament? Why would she even want to put him in that situation? I was very concerned how she just continued to push that issue. Very concerned with that. Like why would she want to put him in harm's way like that? And you're right. She does have some inconsistencies where she can't. You're not gonna kill the bug for me. You're not gonna kill the bug with me. Anything dealing with her being covered, she loses it. The bug. It was more than about the bug. It went deeper than the bug. Wait a minute. You see this animal that could potentially hurt me and you're not going to kill it? You're not going to kill that thing that could potentially give me a disease? Wait a minute. This man has his hands on me. This man has his hands on me. And he was like, and he sounds like he done been through some stuff. So he probably knows he probably knows how that plays out. He probably knows, like, I've been there, done that. I done learned my lesson. Come on, girl, we going home. It ain't worth it. We ain't gonna see this man ever again. Get your stuff. Let's go home. He had that much sense. And the way she just kept pushing that was concerning to me. Was concerning. So whoever said it, she got some crash out coming. Yes, she does, because we see a little glimpse of it already. Okay, we just seen a glimpse. So that could be the attraction spiritually with them too, if you ask me. But anyway, that's all I have to say about that. But yeah, this is a group. This is the two people to watch. Aside from the other ones that got some other problems, but y'all haven't hit that yet. But you're right. Most of these people on the show, they do come in with some levels of issues and concern that are kind of concerning. But some of them are more deep than others.
Understood. Thank you very much, Kathleen. Trey? Last question.
Well, good evening, YouTube family. Good evening. How's everybody? Everybody looks well. Everybody got smiles. It's good to see y'all. It's good to see y'all. All right, that's also what I'm talking about. Let's bring up the spirits here. I feel like spirits getting down with this couple. So this is bring it up just a tad, but just a tad, because this couple is terrible. This is bad. It's bad look. I saw it from moment one. I said, "Oh God, why are they doing this to us? Why are they doing this to us?" But what was the question again? What was the exact question so I can answer it?
Why did she choose him?
Yeah.
It's on the screen, Trey.
Okay. Why did she choose him? Well, I said it in the comments before. I'm sorry. Hey, watch it, Miss L. Don't let me call you husband. All right?
Why she shoot you like that, bro?
I know. I'm like,
why she shoot you like that, bro?
Relax, okay?
Hey, you didn't uplift, the spirit, so I had to make you the joke. Come on now, Trey. You know how it goes.
Wow. Okay, but see, now we're better. Okay, now we're better. Thank you, Elsa, for bringing in the jokes and making it jovial again. All right. Why did she choose him? I said it earlier in the comments. She likes a project. And as soon as she heard his voice and it started going in on his story and his background, many people said it here this evening. Her background started to kick in. Her job, she went into job mode. She was like, "Oh my God, this is something, okay, interesting. And Elsa touched on it, but she was very, very nice when she said it. I'm not going to be as nice when I say this. She thought she could exert a level of control over him as well. All right? It's very important. She thought she could exert a certain level of control over this situation. Now, the funny thing is, she shot herself in her own foot. She said she wanted something different. That she didn't, she's tired of dealing with quote unquote alpha men, correct? But why is she always challenging Edmund to be an alpha man? You just said you didn't want that. Multiple times now, she has challenged him on his manhood. I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute, Miss Lady, I'm a little confused here now. You said you wanted something different. Obviously, he is very different. Okay? Honestly, he probably shouldn't have been on this show. But we can, if you ever said it, he was casted for a reason. Excuse me. Forgive me. He was casted for a reason. Okay? Just kidding. Thank you. Thank you. He's casted for a reason. But, yes, the more I look at it, we could talk about Edwin all day, but the only reason I'm going a little harder on KB because to me, with Edmund, I know guys like Edmund. I think me and Esset was talking on her live before a couple of days ago, and I told her about a story how I grew up with Edmund. That was a friend of mine. Quick backstory: we both had a speech impediment, and we went to speech therapy together since we were kids. And because his never improved, he had to be put in remedial classes and with the special ed classes or whatever. And honestly, he wasn't slow at all. He just couldn't communicate at a level to be put in the rest of the classes, normal classes. So it's kind of sad what happened. But we've always remained friends to this day. So when I see Edmund, I'm reminded of a friend of mine. I'm like, oh, socially, the best way I could put it, socially awkward. Extremely socially awkward. And that could be a gateway to many different things. You're emotionally unstable, not able to catch social cues in certain situations, doing strange things, kissing the floor. Yeah, I've seen this before. So I'm just like, So when I see a girl like KB and you're talking to Edmund, my first thought was, okay, this is not a dumb woman. She's actually very smart. Why are you attaching yourself to this man? He's obviously showing you signs that something is off. So why are you attaching yourself to this man? I'm a little more. She just raised my alert levels when she started doing that. I was like, oh, okay, because she said before, and I think in other interviews and on the show, the other women was not clocking it for Edward at all. It was calling him weird, this all kind of things. Yet she zoned in on it. Why? But she kind of answered her own question, like I said before. She likes the project. And she thought she could save him in a way. Now, I do think, I think it was Elsa again, it was somebody else, when she saw him for the first time, it was like, I might have bit off something more I could chew. But we locked in, and this is what it's going to be. She's going to go on through it. That's what I get from her. She's just going to, hey, we locked in now, so we're just going to go on through. But I'm gonna stop right here because I know we gotta keep it going.
Appreciate it, Trey. Appreciate it. Okay. So let's obviously then move it to obviously the episode 6. Because the conversation was around the big issue, which was around sex. Okay, the sex conundrum. you know. And you know, I could see on both sides how this can be looked at. When people are saying he's manipulative, I can see it that way. And when people say obviously that, you know, he's having an emotional meltdown genuinely, I can see it that way too. You know what I mean? I can see it in both ways, from either side. So, you know, I want to get you guys and ladies perspective on this and how you're seeing it, because you know, he broke down because he's a nice guy. He had that cry, like, you know, that meme where the guy goes, "Ah." Yeah, that's exactly what happened there. That's the exact same thing. But I want to get you guys' thoughts and ladies' thoughts as well around this. That scene obviously is a big one. And obviously it was preceded by the fact that they were in amongst their friends and they had a bet, she said, and you know, the guys, she bet that her girl's not you know, her girl's not putting out. That didn't happen. The girls put out, and he felt, and then he's, you know, he's the only one that didn't necessarily get anything. You know what I mean? It seems like even Crazy Joe got something. So, you know, I always say this. You know, there's certain thoughts in your head that you're not supposed to say out loud. Do you know what I mean? Like in life, there are certain things where it comes to your brain, and it's like I felt like he had a brain dump in that moment. Like you're supposed to say this to yourself, but you're never supposed to bring this out. Like it comes across your mind like, damn, no, why am I the only one that ain't having sex here? But you're supposed to be like, yeah, I'm cool. And that's one lie you take to the grave for now. You know what I mean? Like that's what I felt like it was. But all jokes aside, I want to get you guys, ladies and guys, thoughts on this as well. I want to say, in fact, let's take one side first, and we'll break the other side. Can we see how this could be manipulation and coercive control? I want to do that first, and then we can talk about the fact that maybe we can see the other side of the fact that this could have been him just having a genuine breakdown. You know what I'm saying, Chu? I want to take that side first before we get to the genuine girl. Yes, Easton.
Coach, I was going to say, I think that it's either going to be, I don't think that it's going to come across as it being one or the other. I think most people are going to look at it like this is manipulation, this is coercion, this is, you know, borderline. And I don't agree completely with that. I do think that some of the conversation is shifted around that in context matters. But also, like I've always been very consistent in, is that this is an experiment. And I know I've watched all the interviews, I've watched all the stuff that the KB has shared, and she said that she made it abundantly clear that she wasn't she wasn't going to be intimate with anybody until they were getting married, which I'm completely cool with. I think the difference, or my maybe lens of thinking, is that you're coming on a show where you're effectively getting married at the end of the show, the same way as we've been with other contestants who have acted maybe a little bit preemptive or have not acted as if they were engaged or married or anything like that. It does come a little bit into some murky waters and stuff like that. But this definitely can be, and I think has some, I don't think that Edmund definitely meant it as a manipulative tactic. I think that it could have being construed that way, but I don't think he was like, if I like talk to her this way or act this way or say it in this tone, I'm going to have these are nefarious intentions because I want this ultimate goal. I think that he was genuinely hurt, and I guess we'll get into that aspect, but I don't think that it was just pure manipulation. But I can see, and I do validate people's experiences where they have been, their sexual history has been used to coerce them into doing actions or make them feel bad about something.
It felt transactional. I'm good. You need to give me a treat. I'm sorry. We're not children on the playground. Okay? I've been so good. I deserve a treat. My thing is, we're fixated on, you know, with her history. She didn't just say she just had one night stands. She also said she made people wait. So why are we focused on the one night stands that she said is over a year ago, when she also said she made somebody wait 9 months? So again, you know, I think she may be on, you know, her journey, her abstinence, celibacy journey, whatever you want to call it. Sure, he the next player at bat, and he come out, you know, he ain't getting none. He ain't getting no strikes. So, okay. Okay. There's a way to have the conversation saying, hey, why is it now when you know we're on a path to marriage, you know I'm going to be a yes, why is it now you feel the need, let's discuss this. Not the wham, I deserve a treat, can I have some? It is unattractive, okay? And it also feels like you are trying to coerce access. That's how it seems. That's how it feels. It may not be what he wanted, but we know what he was up to in the beginning when he told them at the pool party. He told Madison, do what? Go find your man. I need time with my woman. My seduction starts here. Go find your man. Didn't he say that? He said, Easton, go find Joe. Go over there so I can have time with my woman and rub her feet and start my relaxation techniques. So again, and KB is covering him. She said that, everybody was drinking a whole lot. She said she ended up sleeping on the terrace that night, but she did not feel uncomfortable being in the room with him. She said she was not uncomfortable. She did not ask for him to be removed. It was just, everybody, and even she said she was intoxicated as well to have such a high level conversation. So again, I'm going to finish how I started. We're focused on the one nights when we, Anton also told him how he too was dating a woman for a long period of time and got none. So again, she also has had other people wait. You are in that category.
I think it was manipulation. This is how I looked at it. One, he was upset for when all the boys said they got something he didn't. And then he goes into the conversation and says, well, I can't marry someone that I'm not going to be able to sleep with. Right. And then it does not help that he said they was having foreplay or rubbing and touching. So in his mind, he's thinking, okay, where can I get some, or how can I move forward? When he started rubbing her feet at the pool party, I thought the same thing, that he's trying to set this thing up so he can get some a little later, because even one of the girls, I can't remember who, said, oh, that's sexy. Maybe we need to go somewhere else and let you two be alone and you move on. So then when they get into the room and then they're the bedroom together, and the way the conversation goes, he like, well, let me rub your feet. Here it is. We're laying in the bed. Let me rub your feet. Let's see where this thing can go. Now, the fact that she brought up, he couldn't comprehend the fact what she was saying when she said, I had one night stands. I haven't done that over a year. Now I'm making people wait. Well, guess what, bro? In this case, you have to wait. It's not like she, to Easton's point and to what she said in the pods, it's not like she sprung that on him, right? The conversation had been had in the pods. So as most guys would know, if I know I'm going into it, that I'm not going to get none because she said, we're waiting till we get married. He tried. She denied it. He tried it, tried again. She denied it. I don't think this is the first time that he was denied by KB, right? If you look at it, one of the scenes early in the morning when he woke up, he tried to kiss her and ended up kissing the pillow, right? Right, ended up kissing the pillow. If you had to watch that real quickly, right? He was trying to kiss her, but he ended up kissing the pillow or kiss on her. So this is not the first time she had probably told him no, or we're gonna stop here, or this is not enough. They've had some foreplay. So what made it difficult here in the manipulation is everybody else got some, because what he kept saying, but the rest of the guys did. And if she even came back to it, this is my journey I'm on right now. I want to make sure this is 100% correct. I want to make sure this relationship is 100% right. We talk about all the time on different shows. Like, if you give up the goodies too quickly, or you give it up too quick, what else is there for, right? If you give it, I don't care if he's your fiance or not, it's not 100% ready. She wasn't ready to give it up to him. Again, goes back to everybody's point. He's not mentally stable. At this point, I don't think he ever going to get it, because the way of the behavior, I think he'd have killed that. I don't think he'd have killed that, messed that one up right there. I think that is done, right? That is done. Invoke, never going to get it, never going to get it. I don't think he never going to get it, right? Because of where he's at now. The manipulation is the crying, the boo-hooing, expecting her to give in. And I'm glad she stood 10 toes down. Like, nah, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. How many women some women probably have given it up because they've cried. He cried, or he showed emotion, or it felt bad, and whatever the case may be. He had to learn no is no, right? And she set boundaries. Now, if they do get married, what happens you know, if they got married, she is pregnant, the things happen, her cycle, all this other stuff. Are you willing to take no? And so those things he has to look at from that standpoint. It's just weird, man. But I do believe it was manipulation for him trying to get some. If she would have said, all right, cool, man, let's go, tears would have dried up and he would have been ready to go, in my opinion.
He did say he was crying with his together when he was in the pods.
And also, just another disclaimer, he didn't bring up the conversation about the intimacy. She did. He said from the get-go, he wasn't the one who was spearheading that conversation. That was her. He knew that he probably shouldn't have done that, and you could see his wheels churning. Maybe slower than most, maybe faster than some, but his wheels were churning, and then she kept edging him on, and then that's when he kind of went into that. So I definitely want to put that preface in there that it wasn't him. It wasn't him like rubbing the feet and let's get engaged. It was her stirring on that conversation. Again.
Easton took my talking point. I was just about to bring that up to put things in context. She definitely was the one that started that conversation. Even because what we know our production does is every couple got to talk about the other couples. That's how it started. Then it went to the couple of sex. When she started, she said all the ladies said they had sex. He said, I didn't want to talk about it. She kept pushing. He specifically said, I didn't want to talk about it. She kept pushing. That's when all the crash outs started happening. Now, on this particular subject, need some tact. Because, yeah, I know Elsa. This is something that I think men and women are never really going to agree on to a certain extent. But I will say, it is absolutely her choice that she made to say straight up beginning, hey, we're not having sex until after marriage. It is what it is, bro. No matter the other brothers that had sex and all that, sorry. She told you from Jump Street what it was going to do. You agreed to it. So I actually got a little upset when he was talking to the fellas and made that statement that Glenn said, where I don't want to get married to somebody that I didn't have a physical encounter with. The only reason that may be, yes, the only reason why that made me upset, because he can feel that way all he wants to. That's his decision. What made me upset about it was, why didn't you say that to her when she told you what was going to go down? You just accepted. That's on you now, bro. That's on you. Just that part right there. That's on you. Especially if you feel that strongly that, you don't want to marry someone that you haven't test drove the car. A lot of people might feel that way, men and women. But if you felt that strongly about it, you should have brought that up to her as soon as she said, you know what, I don't want to have anything physical until we say I do. That's his first mistake, his little mistake that he made. Now, going forward, that's why I say a lot of this is context matters and how things happen when it happened. I think, to the first question, was it manipulative? I can see how it was. My only issue is, and I could be wrong about this, but I say this. I'm gonna put myself in a position to be stand corrected. For some reason, I don't think he has the full mental capacity to be manipulative, at least not on purpose. Usually, now I'm about to go off in the weeds here. Usually, when we're talking about someone being manipulative, that's an act you do. You make a conscious choice to manipulate or convince someone to do something, see something your way. It's a conscious choice. Now, the flip side of that, I'm just say this. I think in our everyday life, everyone shows a bit of manipulation every day that we walk out the door in some way, shape, or form. A lot of people like it their way and want it their way. You know, if something doesn't go your way, you try to move it into a situation where it could be beneficial to you. I think we naturally do that as human beings at times. But when you say, oh no, this person was being manipulative to get something out of said person, I would almost agree with you if it wasn't for the fact that she was the one that brought up the conversation first. If he would have brought it up, I'm sorry. If he would have brought it up, I would have been with you. But when she brought up the conversation and he said, no, I don't want to talk about it. I don't even want to go there. Because he's not that stupid. He saw where this was going. He saw where it was going. He was like, you know what? I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to be there. I don't want to go there. And she kept pushing. I said, uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. You know, so this situation is very, very sticky to me. Because his main point, and I'm going to just get into it, his main point is, and that's how most men feel about it at times. To some men, I ain't going to say a lot of men, to some men, it doesn't make sense to how can I word this? To have a certain standard for yourself, but the standard it seems to be fledging. It seems to be wish-washy, depending on how you may feel from time to time. I said it. Just get into it. I don't mind standards. If you got some, I respect you more. I'll probably be the one to go after you because you have standards. But it better be some standards that you've been practicing for a good while now. If I meet a woman, I have been with a woman that I've waited up to 9 months. We was in a relationship. But she told me right in the beginning, she had a track record for doing so. I knew that going into it, and I accepted it. And she stood on it. Respect her to this day. You know? But I also been with women where it was a little wishy-washy. You know, all of a sudden you got this standard. Okay, now I'm holding it to whatever, or I'm practicing abstinence. Okay, cool. Respect that. But let the right one come along. Oh. All of a sudden, what happened to the standard? His point was, hold on. And I have to get on KB about this too. I did not understand, why did she have to tell him about her escapades at all? Why? The conversation didn't call for it. It wasn't needed. All she did was escalate the issue, because that's when he went off. It was at that point was when he went off. When she's like, I had one I stand for. It wasn't a big deal. I didn't care. The last one I had was just a year ago. Okay, all right, cool. But why are you telling me this? Like, no, I didn't ask for it. I didn't need to hear it. Why are you telling me? Because I understood where she was coming from. Her mind, hey, because and this is how a lot of women feel, because I feel somewhere about you, I want to make something sacred about this, so I want to, keep something special, whatever. How most men process it, wait a minute. You let this scrub over here, you bestowed this scrub over here, something sacred to you. I come along, in his mind, I'm obviously the better choice, but I gotta wait for it. This don't make sense to me.
Trey, remember, it's not sacred to her. She said it wasn't sacred.
And that's what confused me as well. Like, okay, so what's really going on here?
It wasn't sacred in the past. Again.
Now it's sacred now. Okay.
No, she didn't say that.
Exactly.
LC just be putting in words people's mouth. That's what she
did. I'm not putting words. No.
She said not secret, meaning current moment.
She said it even.
And
She said it even.
y'all are putting on her as well. Did she say that?
She
Y'all put
said that in
word
comparison
that
with
she
everybody.
said.
She said that in comparison with everybody else because she said, "Well, maybe it's not sacred to me. It's not sacred." I said, "Oh, you told on yourself. You told the quiet part loud, and you put the loud part quiet. It's
She was
okay.
word salad at that point.
It's gonna get to me, but we'll let Trey continue."
She was word salad by that point. She was just talking without realizing what she was actually saying. Because the more, if you notice, the more she was talking, the more he was just like, well, wait, what? Hold on. What? I don't understand. Ah! Oh, yeah, it was like, oh no. Why? And you know what? You know what sold it for me? Here's what sold it for me. Yeah, I'm about to break the end of it right here. This was sold it for me. At one point, before he started really crashing out, she realized herself what she had said, and immediately started to pivot. Immediately started to pivot the conversation. She realized, yeah, I think I said too much. And then she started to try to move the conversation away from what they were talking about, and it was a conversation that she started. I was just like, oh boy, this is bad. This is just bad. They're both toxic in different toxic ways. And they're mixing together, and we're coming up with some new toxic juice. We got to come up with a new name for it. You know, I'll take a new name for toxic juice. You know, put it in the comments. We'll see what we come up with tonight. We'll call them that. That'll be their drink. You know, but I'm gonna land it right there.
Elsa, why are you shaking your head?
While I appreciate your thought, Trey, okay, I'm gonna start there. This is, for me, very troubling. Okay? Y'all are saying she has complete autonomy. She can make her own decisions on her body. But why were you giving it out to everyone and I can't have a turn on the merry-go-round when it's my turn and I bought a ticket? That's what it's sounding like. I'm sorry. That's what it's sounding like. Because I'm at bat, I need to have a swing. And because you could have had a journey and you could have come to a realization that, listen, I have not been treating my body as a temple. And as of yesterday, I didn't. And as of today, I have started treating my body as the temple that it is, that because you rolled around, you decide that you deserve to have a taste of the cookie. I'm sorry. It don't fly with me. I'm sorry. It's almost like saying you got that because of what you were wearing enticed me. That is what it sounded like. It's borderline that. Easton, hold up. I didn't say it was. I said that's what it sounded like. It sounded like it's my turn. Everybody had a taste and I need to have a taste too. It's sounding like that. And when it sounds like that, it sounds very icky, not sticky. It sounds icky. And it sounds like it is entitlement to access to my body because you felt everybody else had a chance. I'm sorry.
Here's the problem. I actually agree with you, but here's the problem where it comes to some men, what you just said. Usually by this point, we don't want to turn no more. You're right. You're icky now. We don't want to turn. We're just trying to understand, how did you get here, the life you've led? This is crazy. I don't want to turn no more.
But your tone is not understanding. Your tone is, I bought a ticket. How dare you close the ride? And it's my turn. That is the tone.
Yeah.
Wait, we don't go. I thought Darla wanted to go, isn't it? Darla says she's waiting. Then I'll go to you boys. Darla wants to say something, and I'll let you boys go. This is an interesting conversation. It's interesting to hear.
Yeah, this has got a lot of nuance to it because I had seen a portion of the clip before I actually saw the full episode. So I was on KB's side at first, all the way through. I was ready to light Edmund up, but then I saw the full episode and I was like, oh yeah, KB gonna have to get some of this work too. I'm sorry. This is the way I see it. So if we're talking about who's manipulating who, both of them are. I think that we see clear evidence that Edmund started the manipulation well before they got to the bed. when they were at the pool party, you can tell that he has this entitled mindset. And I think he heard her say in the pods that she was going to wait till marriage, but he was not listening. And in his mind, he thinks of this as a challenge. I've been around dudes like this. Oh God, I've been around dudes like this, and they think that they can wear you down, and then they realize that they can't, and they don't know how to handle that. And I think that's what he was trying to do when he was rubbing on her feet and stuff, trying to get her going. I think that's what he was trying to do. And you're not going to convince me that KB didn't know that, because that's a grown woman like you. I don't even know why you're going on this road with him when you know he's hard up and he wants you. So why are we doing this? I don't think that was the right move for her to do. I don't think that he's owed access to her body, though. If she's telling you, I'm waiting until marriage, let her know be no and move on. Like, she doesn't owe that to you. That's some transactional, entitled thinking. And I don't give a crap. I don't give a crap if she's like what Elsie was saying, if she was just having sex yesterday and then she decided today, you know what, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to wait until marriage. That's her business. She can do that. I think the only time that what's his name, Edmund, was not being manipulative was actually in the scene where they're in bed and they're talking, and you see him having like a real reaction to what was being said. I actually think that wasn't him being manipulative. I think he was just having a full-blown meltdown. I think he was having a full-blown meltdown, but he was actually keeping his composure right up until she was talking about her past relationships and her thought process behind them. That's when you see him like really just spiraling out of control. He could not handle that. And to be honest with you, I can understand his confusion, because I was confused too. And I don't know if maybe there was just a part of it that got cut out, but that the gap between I'm going to use a man for his body and he's going to use me and we're going to be done with this and he's out the door, to cut to now where she's no longer doing that, she's waiting until marriage, that was not discussed. And so I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe she just didn't have that conversation with him. She forgot to mention how she got there. But then when she says sex isn't sacred to me, not that sex wasn't sacred to me, it's sacred to you, it's not to me, I am confusion right along with Edmund, because that don't make no daggone sense. I'm sorry. I don't understand how do you say it's not sacred to you, but then also say that you want to wait until marriage? If you have another reason, you don't have to have, it can't just be religion that makes people do that. There's other reasons for that. I would like to know. And if I was Edmund, I would want to know that. And I think I'm owed that. I think I'm owed a response on that. Like, where's your headspace? Like, how do you get here? Why are you now saying that you want to wait until marriage? That's absolutely your right. Nobody's entitled to your body. You don't have to give anybody anything that you don't want to, but let me into your thought process. Help me to understand. And I think that thought process is owed to him as her fiance. I think he's entitled to that much. I really do. And I don't understand where she's coming from in that. This is very confusing. So on that front, yeah, I think that she's being, well, maybe manipulative is not the right word, but she's not being very forthcoming, and it's confusing. And yeah, they're not gonna work out. They're not. It's not gonna work out. Yeah. I know you don't agree with me, Elsa. That's all right. But she's confusing. That's it. I'm gonna land it there. Y'all already said everything else I wanted to say.
All right. Easton and Glenn. Then we'll get Sean in.
I want to say this first and foremost before any words get misconstrued. Nobody is entitled or owed or guaranteed access to anybody's body. I know that in the past and even present, there has been a lot of a change and a lot of a mentality shift when it comes to men and how we engage with women in terms of intimacy. And there have been tons of atrocities that men have executed and showcased over the years, which makes this conversation really, really tumultuous and kind of mucky. So I do want to walk in with that being prefaced, and that nobody is entitled to anything. I also want, again, with the layering of talking about Edmund, I think Edmund's crying is really an expression of how he kind of like was triggered at the time, because it seems like whenever he was talking about being the nice guy, again, this everybody's making jokes and I see it on TikTok and everybody's making hee ha-has about it, but I think he was recorded in a very vulnerable time that a lot of men typically go through, where they're the guy who does a lot of the gestures and the nice things, and it might come from a very good place, but they don't feel like they are the love or the affirmation is being reciprocated in a way. I think that they might deem as you know, I'm trying to work on the word, make sure that I'm saying the right words, but I just think that the reciprocity of what he may have thought or what he may have envisioned isn't the same of the actions that he was necessarily showcasing. And so I think KB, she came in with like, hey, I'm not going to be intimate until marriage. And that is kind of like the plausible deniability. I've seen it. I've experienced it as a dude who's been dating, that, you know, somebody might say, hey, I'm not intimate for this long, or my journey in Christ, or this, that, and the third, and you respect it. And then you might be dating them and you find out that maybe something doesn't pan out. And then you find out later down the road that they were intimate with somebody else. Yes, you have full autonomy over your body. You can do whatever you want with whoever you want, when you want to do it. But you always wonder in the back of your head, well, what was wrong with me? What did I do something wrong? Was I just not your cup of tea? And most times you don't get that kind of, you don't get any type of, you don't get any type of feedback on that type of stuff. I really don't think he was trying to wear her down. I think he was genuinely in the moment shocked that, like, okay, it's not sacred with you. It's sacred to you. You've done one night stands. You've done X, Y, and Z with other people. So what's wrong with me? Because we've been intimate emotionally more than these other people have been, according to you. And now we get to the point where I want to be physically intimate with you, and you don't want to do that. So there must be something wrong with me. And if we're going to be completely honest, we know that KB isn't feeling that man. The reason why I say it's plausible deniability, yes, there's validity to that, but it gives you that ability to pull it off the table and on the table at any time. And if we wouldn't be holding her to the cross about her boundaries or whatever, if she ended up liking Edmund and he wasn't a little bit, or if it wasn't weird and they ended up doing something, no, we wouldn't. We'd be saying, oh, girl, do your thing. That's your fiance. That's your potential husband. And we would have been just like, okay, person. I don't know. Yes, we've seen it plenty of times where people weren't, Ashley and Tyler, they had their own, Ashley was holding strong and then she ended up doing something. We didn't say, oh, well, you know, she broke her boundaries or anything like that. All I'm saying is, his response to me seemed like somebody who was genuinely hurt, not somebody who was trying to be manipulative, and is a story that a lot of guys go through, where you're wondering if you're doing the right things. And even if you don't do it with because I know that there are guys that do stuff with, you know, strings attached and different things like that, but he seemed really perplexed and probably has heard that plenty of times, like, oh, you're nice, oh, you're the sweet guy, I just don't want to do anything like that, while you find out later down the road that she was doing stuff with other people, or she did have a one-night stand, or you took her out on the date and nothing transpired from the relationship, even if you want to just be girlfriend and boyfriend, but she ended up, you know, hooking up with somebody else off the whim just because, like, somebody in her past. I've seen that stuff. I've been in relationships like that where I really just wanted some answers, because I'm like, well, what was what was wrong with me? And I just never got those. So I think his response was actually real.
Yes, go for Glenn, and then I'll get Sean in.
Yeah, sometimes there's nothing wrong with you. Sometimes the person's just not in the mood, or sometimes the person just have a standard, right? I mean, I think sometimes we as men sometimes look at it as something wrong with us, or is our problem or fault. There could be a gamut of reasons why she doesn't want to have sex until she get married. It could be religious, could not be religious. It could be she's tired of all the fluff. She doesn't want another body on her account. It could be a lot of things, right? But I think with him, he took it personal because of what she said, right? He made it, I'm a nice guy, right? That means you already had intentions in your head about what you want, you already had intentions, what you wanted the outcome to be, right? You had a vision in your head of what you wanted the outcome to be. And when she said the outcome is not going to be that, you was like, he couldn't take it. Like, that could be a rejection issue. It could be because so many people rejected him before. He can't handle rejection. But if you're going to be in, because he said to come, what he said was, I'm your fiance. I'm your fiance. Well, that's, even though you're my fiance, still doesn't give you a right to any of this yet, right? Because I already told you, I've already set the standard. And I'm kind of, my hats off too, if she maintains this. All I can go is by first 6 episodes, right? If she maintains that standard, applaud to her, right? And so that's my thing with him. I don't think emotionally or maturely or mentally he could handle the rejection or handle the no from her, because he felt her no was like she doesn't love him, or the no was she doesn't care about me. That no was not that I don't care about you. The no is that we're having a conversation and I don't want to take it to sex because I've already told you I'm not having sex. All right. And I dare to believe that even when she told the stories about the other people, I want to say that was, I'm not saying editing. I think it was out of context. I think that those pieces were flipped, right? In my opinion, the conversation just didn't flow, because it didn't flow. Why would she come up to where she said, I have not had sex with my exes, or I've had sex one night stands, this, that, and the other, and then they flipped to something else. I really do believe it's his emotional triggers that has affected his thinking and his mindset at this point of this scene, where he just couldn't rationalize, why would she say no to me? Why wouldn't she give me now? I'm doing everything that she asked. I might be opening doors. I might be being pleasant. I might be rubbing her back. I might be rubbing her feet. And the other guys have not, because it's a comparison game. The other guy's not even doing all that, and they get some. Why not me? Right? When you're talking about you're the nice guy, you're comparing yourself to other people. You're just doing the thing which is right by your woman. All right? She doesn't have to give it to you whenever you want, how you want in those situations. It's her body. So she has to be able to have some type of say so, and she wanted to keep her boundary. He has to be able to accept the fact today's not the day. And they said they were both drinking. Maybe she don't want to have drunk sex. It is what it is, right? She doesn't want to have. I want this to be meaningful. I want this to be in a certain way, right? It's not just his mindset or his emotions that makes the difference. We have to do this thing together, right? It's not like this ain't Color Purple. You just hop on top of me and do your business, right? It is one of those things where we have to be able to mentally both make a mental decision to move. And I don't think he's at that point where he mentally can make the decision to move with her. And he's not emotionally there yet. I mean, the man, and I'm not trying to be funny, he said, I have not kissed, I have to kiss something. So that's why he was kissing the floor, right? I haven't had none alone. I had to kiss something. So you're going to sit there and kiss the dirty floor where the other dudes were looking at you like you're crazy, right? So those things, his maturity level, his mental level is not where it needs to be at. And he took it personally. You can't blame somebody for what they did in the past, right? Everything that happened before you doesn't mean it's for you. It's everything. And I think he took it. I think, Easton, you said it earlier. He took it hard for the fact that she slept with other people. Like, you can't be mad for her sleep with other people. He never said he slept with other people. He didn't even say he was a virgin or not. But that means she can be mad at you for the women that you slept with. Like, prior to the show, you can't be mad. You can't be mad what she did with other people prior to you guys getting into a relationship. Now we're in this relationship. It's like both slates are clean. We're here together. And so she's putting up a standard and a wall for you because she wants to be right. She wanted to be right. Whatever reason why she wanted to be right is, we don't know yet.
I hope she you know, they could sleep in different bedrooms or something, figure something out. I mean, I like how where the boundary is set. I think it deviates, but I'll digress.
Yeah. No, that's a good point because I want to get into like my thing is if you're gonna maintain that standard of you don't want to sleep with him, then there's some things that you guys shouldn't be doing. So it won't lead. You should be leading them on with the kissing, the hugging, the touching, the feeling, because according to him, they're doing a whole bunch of other stuff. They're just not doing the penetration piece when he was talking to the guys. So when you're doing all this other stuff, you're at KB, you're sending a wrong impression to this dude. Hey, that I may have a shot. I may have a chance to go all the way. So you can't send mixed signals. Either you're not gonna be there, or you're gonna be there.
Elsie, listen.
Oh.
I
Keep
can
it
see you
short, Dahlia,
shaking your
before I
head.
keep it short.
Oh, okay.
But she is leading them
I
on.
was gonna say, I was gonna say, Dahlia, you can say something real quick. Keep it to a minute, and I'm gonna get Sean in. Go for it.
Okay. No, I was saying that. Yeah, I think Glenn is right. I mean, look, there's some people who can handle that, who can handle kissing and touching and maybe doing like a little bit more. He can't, and he's already proven that. He's telling you that he wants more, and he thinks that's owed to him. So if that's the case, then you need to take all that stuff off the table because he can't handle it. He can't. And KB is a grown ass woman, and she's been around the block enough to know who she can do that with and who she can't, and she can't do that with him. So I think it would be wise for her to stop playing with him. Stop. Really, seriously, stop. Especially because more than likely she probably don't even really like him like that. That's the feeling I got from her. You don't really like him like that, so stop playing with him. It almost feels like dark artistry. It really does. But I don't even think she wants anything from him. So are you just like biding your time here or what? Either way, please stop. Please stop.
Okay. Well, Sean, haven't heard from you. We're talking about KB and Edmund. It was my last scene about the sex part and whether it was manipulative or not. Getting different people's perspectives. What are you telling me?
I don't know. I have a hard time watching their scenes because, you know, he is clearly not fit to be on Love is Blind or anybody's show prepared for marriage. And I know I missed a whole hour. I woke up to your conversation midway, so I don't want to assume that anybody up here is saying that this man is emotionally ready to be married and to be making decisions of a sound mind. Because I'm not sure why we got to have a think piece about what the hell happened with him and KV in that bedroom. That was crazy. It was nuts. The way he melted down, he was like a kid having a temper tantrum because he's not getting what he wants. And his reasoning is off because he goes from being disappointed because they haven't had sex, which we've all been there. We can identify, we can understand. Skip to, I'm always the nice guy. And he just full on like melts down. That is problematic. The way his reasoning goes from 0 to 60 and his lack of emotional regulation, bonkers. Everybody can feel however the hell they want to feel. Nobody's telling him he doesn't have the right to that. But the way you react, the way you process, he is stunted. I'm not even sure, when it comes to KB, like whatever she got going on that leads her down a path that she's even equipped to deal with somebody like him. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't see any manipulation. I see somebody that is not emotionally mature, is not in any way, shape, or form able to navigate adult relationships in a healthy way. They resort to being a child. Even their conversations in the pods, and some of the trauma he's dealt with as a child, he hasn't even fully processed that. So for me to think he's gonna have a healthy reaction to a woman telling him that she's not ready to have sex, because I don't know what all that fluff the hell y'all talking about. Anybody else? I didn't hear. The only person that kind of like fully clicked with what I was like, the way I'm thinking about it is El Cid. I don't know what anybody else was talking about. Maybe I missed it because I was just totally not paying attention to what you guys were saying. But if no means no, if she decides to get me all the way to the point where I'm there and she says no, it's no. That's what that means. It doesn't mean she has to act in a specific way. You know, she shouldn't be giving me signs. If it's a woman's choice or a person's body, they can do anything they want to do and then tell me no. And I'm as a responsible, fully functioning human, adult man, should be able to say, okay, and I respect it, and we stop. So all that other stuff, I don't know what that's about. I'm not sure why you guys are even entertaining any of that. So
That
I
wasn't a
don't.
conversation.
Yeah, well, to me, it's a worthless conversation because it takes you down a path, a slippery slope of places that are not really healthy. It's places where you're pushing the boundaries of what consent looks like. So when we start to rationalize, when we start to introduce new evidence, oh, well, maybe if she did A plus B equals C, you are playing with the lines of what consent is. And I just I don't rock with any of that. Y'all can rock with it. I don't rock with any of that. To
Nah,
me, consent, I'm still
We
talking. Consent looks like one says yes, the other says yes, and it's enthusiastic consent. And if there's not that, then we are not on the same page. And if at any time somebody doesn't want to, they get to say no. And I need to respect that. And that's that. We start tiptoeing, dancing, why she shouldn't do this, why we are now reinventing what consent looks like. So that for me is where I think it's just slightly problematic. The overarching problem here is that you have a grown man on this show that is not emotionally equipped to navigate relationships at all. Full stop. And if anybody thinks anything different, I don't know. I don't know. There will be nothing that anybody can say from that point that will bridge the gap between where our opinions are.
Sean, Coach, I just want to
It's a
rebuttal
minute.
real quick.
Keep it to a minute.
We are
Everyone-
not arguing about consent or any. I know that it went from 0 to 100 and went to the completely different end. We were just making observations about maybe KB's perspective and Edmund's perspective, and we already just made a preface. If you don't want to do anything with anybody, nobody has entitlement over your body, and this needs to be a consensual thing. But I think the point that is missing is that oftentimes the experiences of a lot of guys and girls, because it can be on both ends of the spectrum, where are kind of invalidated, and we just kind of are quiet and we just keep it in the back of our head. This is a conversation that Edmund did not spur up. He did not initiate. It was KB. He didn't even when he was. She kept kind of pushing him on to keep talking about this stuff. He was like rattling around his head about not saying something that's going to make him look crazy, because he even knew it was going to make him look crazy, because most of us guys know that. We just shut up and we move and operate on. The difference is that this is also his fiance, and this is somebody who he's learning more and more about as he is dating them. But to immediately think that this is like a coercion talk or anything like that, or we're getting into consent. I know this is a good platform to kind of discuss it, but I think you missed our kind of diatribes beforehand, honestly.
Okay. What Clem wants to respond?
Yeah, I wouldn't say a consent situation. I'm just saying if you've made a stand up in your mind that I'm not going to have sex, right, or I'm not going to do anything, not sex before I get married. My thing was keep it that standard so you don't make a person feel as if it's okay. So you keep it as a standard of, hey, we're going to keep it basic. Explain the rules. Sometimes explain the rules and the regulations in the conversation. And I understand it's not consent per se. Hey, I'm going to say, man, I'm going to what's on? I don't want to do anything prior to me getting married. Done deal. What does that mean? Because you're dealing with somebody who's immature, and I think you have to really spell it out for Edmund. What does that mean? so he doesn't misinterpret what it means. Not that she has to give consent. I mean, a woman has a right to her body, and she has to give consent for a man to be able to have sex with her. I agree with you 100%, Sean.
Sean didn't miss it. I'm sorry. Sean didn't miss it. He hit it right, nail on the head. My thing is, I didn't talk about consent. I talked about the entitlement. It sounded like because I put a ring on it, because I'm your fiance, because I've been good to you, rubbing your feet, I should get a ride on the merry-go-round. That's what it sounded like. That's what it's sounding like. So, yes, she could give consent or not, and she's not giving consent to that. But it's like, it's my turn. It's the entitlement of access, because now I'm thinking, what if I become your wife? What if I say yes? Can I have a no day? Can I have a headache a night or two? Or is it that you cooked dinner, you did the laundry, and you put gas in my car, so I've been good all day, I should have some? That's what it sounded like. Like we're going down the path of entitlement and access. That's what has been frustrating me with the conversation.
Well, I don't understand, because literally everybody here has been saying yes to her putting her foot down and stating when it's consensual and when it's not, and also that he's acting in an entitled manner. We've been very clear about that. That's not the conversation that we're having right now, to be honest with you. And this is actually where I fault Edmund, because really, if he had any emotional maturity, he would speak up and say, to Glenn's point, hey, this is what I can handle and what I can't. Okay. I know you said that you don't want to have sex before marriage. Cool. But every time we get up to this point here, in my mind, I'm thinking we are. So I think we need to stop doing that. And maybe we should keep the lines thicker, wider, whatever you want to call it. And so we stop at making out and call it a day, because I can't handle any more than that. That's what should have taken place. I don't think it needs to all fall on KB to handle that. If she's made her boundaries clear, he needs to respect that. And he needs to also tell her, communicate to her, here's what I can handle and what I can't. Because you have set this boundary, this means that I now have to set my own boundary. We can't go any further than this. That really should be the conversation that they're having at this point. But he doesn't have emotional maturity, so they can't do that. And that's why she's looking at him like he's a little boy, because he is.
My oh my. What a conversation. Listen, you gonna wreck it, and we were here for the next 4 hours, guys. I appreciate it. We're gonna move on to the next couple. Oh, Sean, you want to say last word? Let's Sean have
Yeah,
last word.
I just wanted to say, like, also in reference to he didn't introduce the conversation. He introduced that conversation that he had with, I forget what the other guy is, Ari. I think his name is Anton. And the guy, was like, hey, every woman is different. It's okay. Pace yourself. And he's literally having a meltdown. So that same energy that was apparent in that conversation was the same energy that he took into the conversation that he had with KB. Those aren't isolated incidents, because she asked him to talk, because she asked him to flesh it out. And once he started to flesh it out, he's having, you're like, I don't want to say it. So, I mean, yeah, there's a part of him that doesn't fully, he's not emotionally regulated, but he also has a thought process that is problematic, because he stops himself when he was like, if you let other guys, and then he doesn't want to say it. But what he really is thinking is, if you let them, why can't I? And that is where the problem comes into. And that's why I talked about consent. And also when we're like tiptoeing and tap dancing around different things that she should or shouldn't be doing with him. Like, if you are a regulated adult, then you know how to control yourself. And making up reasons for how you can't control yourself if you get rejected sexually is introducing an idea that there's a point or a period where you can get to a place where you don't have any control over your body and what you're doing. That even still is dangerous. So I can't lay in the bed with my wife or my soon to be wife. You know what I'm saying? And if I can't go to a point X, if I can't do that, then we got to sleep in separate bedrooms. That kind of thinking, like, to me, I think like we have to release ourselves from that type of thought process.
All right, listen, we're going to shift it. Listen, because I know you lot can go back and forth all night on this topic because it is a juicy topic. I ain't going to lie to you. There's so many different thoughts, and I appreciate everybody's thoughts. You know what I'm saying, Chu? I think it's like I said, I can see both sides. I actually can see both sides. I can see where people are taking it to the left, people are taking it to the right. It's not necessarily about anybody being wrong, but rather for me, it's more of a case of I can, you know, I think there are layers to this particular discussion as well. In that particular space. Okay, let's shift it to another person because obviously we've got Patrick and Casey's situation, which was another heavy topic in regards to you know, something happening and it not going well. You know, someone might say poor Patrick, but really and truly, you know, he found out that you know, well, I don't say he found out, but basically he didn't get to go to Baja because, you know, unfortunately, Casey wasn't finding him attractive. So I've got a little clip for you guys so you can watch, and then we'll start the show on this one.
My heart going to Baja is not going to Baja. Don't feel bad. You're good. Don't worry about it. It's.
It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
I need to know, is this manipulation or not? Or is this a situation where, you know what, old girl was scared. She just didn't know how to tell him that she didn't fancy him. And didn't know how to really say that, you know, it was difficult maybe for her because, you know, you don't fancy the person, you don't want to be racist, you're thinking about multiple layers here, you know, and the brother is not as good looking as you thought he'll be, you know, and then, you know, you're just trying to let him down gently, you know. I can see how when you're trying to let him down gently that, you know, how this could happen. I can see how you might jump on somebody and kiss them and tell them you love them. I genuinely, the maddest thing is I genuinely can see it. It's so mad. It's so mad to say. I'm not saying it's not manipulative, but I'm saying I genuinely can see how this could actually happen. Like when you're in a fear state, you can go deeper into the stupidity of something you're about to do. You know what I mean? You know, do you know how many times I've been afraid and I've slept with a girl before? It just, listen, it happens. It happens.
You fall. Stop drinking Karen's
I'm just
tears,
saying.
please.
I'm just saying.
Drinking
Sometimes I've been afraid.
It.
I've been afraid. And a girl's cornered me. And I have nothing else I can do.
You fear the girls. Get
I'm just saying.
away from us with
I was
this,
afraid.
Kojo, please.
Just been afraid.
This is the time for this foolishness.
A fear functioning disorder. Okay, I see it.
I'm just saying I've been afraid that I had to just drop the drawers. But I want to get you guys' thoughts.
Yeah, there was times you were running. There was times you also ran around rooms.
I genuinely did.
Okay, so let's not go there. You also know how to get away when you need to get away. All right.
That was my flight response.
So do we want to both tell stories? You were running for your life in the past, so please.
Sean, he was shaking so much he shook the pants off.
Let me sort the cat.
Exactly,
right.
Please.
What's your guys' thoughts on this Casey and Patrick situation? How are you seeing it? What are your thoughts? Don't be afraid to give us a different opinion. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to all agree on this platform. You might think you understand where she's coming from. We might need a different point of view. You know what I'm saying to you? But if you all agree, It is what it is. Sean, your mic's already open, so
yes, because I've been ready. Because this scene right here, this whole couple, anyway, from the pods on, is diabolical. First of all, they need to rewrite the show. They need to change the title. Love is not blind. Love has 2020. Okay, love needs to see. And from the moment Patrick was fawning over this white woman, his blonde queen, after he, you know, talked about the fact that, you know, he could barely get out what his ethnicity was, you know, and I do feel bad for him, you know, because white supremacy has us in a chokehold. So plenty of folks, you know, don't feel appreciated of themselves, and that's the way the system is designed, and it's unfortunate. But Patrick also, there's part of this it's a little bit of this that is because he just wanted his white queen so bad that he's missing some of the red flags. he's missing when she was pressing him in the pods, where the whole premise of the show is you're not supposed to know the ethnicity, the looks, the anything physical, anything of the person. That's where you come on the show. And she literally pressed him when he was talking about like his insecurities of his race and being called good looking for an Asian. And she sat up there and was like, okay, like pretty much rushed him right along to, well, what are you? Right. And then we want to have this I have Asian friends conversation, which was cringy as hell, talking about her family, you know, her brothers, they all have Asian girlfriends, wives, fiancés, and things like that. Hella cringe, hella cringe. He missed all the red flags because he just wanted to jump headfirst into whitedom. So hey, she did lie because she was able to, and I'm not buying she didn't have the words to express to him what she was feeling, because when she tried to say they're trying to make me say I'm not attracted to you, but it's not that, I just don't deserve you, then production was like, yeah, y'all not gonna do this to us, because she was calmly, very calm, I didn't see a tear in sight when production is talking to her. Yeah, I'm just not attracted to her. But meanwhile, when she gets in front of him, arms wrapped around his waist, you know, I love you, I love you. He's not even listening to her when she was like, I can't do this. He's like, oh no, we don't have to go to Baja. Bro, you're begging and you're bargaining. Like, are you not paying attention? Like, are you seeing what's happening here? She's not crashing out because you guys are not going to Baja, because she doesn't want to go to Baja. She's crashing out because she doesn't like you. And he just, I don't know what happened. It was like a level of Delulu that was just beyond me, you know? But she's a liar and problematic, and he needs to really do some deep self-worth on his identity and getting comfortable with who he is as an Asian person, because all of that performing, begging, bargaining for her, she don't want you, let her go, bro. Come on.
Sean, you ain't got nothing for Casey? Nothing? No critique?
You missed everything I said?
You seem like you was pro-Patrick, anti-Patrick. I just found it interesting. I was like, dang, you know.
You missed it, Easton. You missed it.
I was like, dang.
He said, I find it interesting is what's killing me. You know,
I find it. He said she did lie, but that boy Patrick.
About 70-30. About 70-30. 70-30. 70-30.
One thing you lot are gonna do is argue. Yes. Did I say Elsa's next? Elsa, I think I said you're next because you had your mic open before. Yeah.
Since Easton want to start with, I find it interesting. Okay. Here's my diabolical nature, and y'all know me by now. I think production was premature, because this is the type of receipt I would like to see at a reunion. I would be gagged at the reunion with her right there in front of Patrick, and you play this right away that, hey, it was about attraction, and now you got to explain yourself under the hot lights. I would have saved this for the reunion, like the cuties story. This is one of those times. So while I appreciate, and I think Casey pissed off production, that's why they dropped it ahead of time. Casey pissed off production, and they say, here you go. We're going to slide this here 45 minutes earlier. She was not crying. She was talking about attraction, and she wanted to leave. But I would have hit them both with a whammy at the reunion with this, okay? Because what you're not going to do is lie to us. Now, ladies, let us, not act like we haven't told a man that he is more, how can I say, more attractive to us than he actually is. Okay. Let us not act like we have not played these games. Okay. Now, in this situation, Casey was foolish. She is being filmed 24/7. 24/7. They're going to catch you in a lie. And the angle in which the person came with the camera, put it right next to her on the table, and said, excuse me, what was that you're going to say about Patrick? Because we need to replay this for him later. So her whole interviews were lies. What I don't agree with is the kissing him all over his face and telling him nothing, basically. He's asking, are you breaking up? Yes, no, yes, no. Exactly. What is the situation? Do you like him or not? Do you wish to stay or not? She was confused in the situation. And this is where I'm like, Casey, you told them you don't want to stay. You may not want to tell Patrick it's attraction. But when she left and then ran back to him to jump in his arms, and he's like, well, what did they say to you? What did they say to you? Oh, she said she's going home, right? It's about family. No, Patrick, that was you trying to solidify that it's actually not about your looks, because that would have devastated you, but it was about your looks. And production used you. Production used Patrick as much as they use in Edmund. If not as much, they're using him. They are totally showing all of his, how can I say it? His lack of Asian pride. Now, Trey and I talked about it before, that there's a hierarchy within the Asian community, okay? And you will see other people who are of Asian descent in the YouTube streets talking about it. His Cambodian roots is considered lower, in the lower stratosphere. So him not saying that is within, even with Anna, is him saying, hey, I know I am not in the desirable group. And that could be, even with Anna, why he's hesitant to say anything. Now, I need Patrick to get around his people. I need Patrick to also find himself. Okay? Find himself. Because right now, you going around doing these interviews, I think it's damage control for your future crash out. And I think it's Patrick seeing Anna later on. That's going to be a whole crash out at a mixer, unfortunately. I don't think that, people should be leaving, Patrick with Anna. I don't think people should be leaving without saying goodbye. And even if you don't want to face the person, and it could be anxiety and all that stuff, leave a letter. Okay? Because Patrick now is feeling like, hey, my ethnicity, and then you disappeared. He has no way of knowing why you left is because of family or whatever. Leave a note, leave a card, something with production to say you're leaving and tell that person, because it is an intense thing. But I'm sorry. The problem I had with Casey was when her white privilege poked up in the pods, when she couldn't understand why he was reluctant to talk about his ethnicity. Sweetie, it's because you never had to say yours. You never had to defend yours, sweetie. So clearly you had no idea what Patrick is going through. And that is your privilege of it all. And I'll land there.
It started in the pods with Patrick. I mean, when Anna left and he didn't want to be with Casey, she manipulated him to ask her to marry him, because she went into full sex conversation. She went into full sex conversation about all the things she would do to him, all the things that she wanted to do to him. And that man was like, you know what? The other girl, the girl of my dreams left. The girl that I wanted to be with left. So guess what? You're talking about all this stuff. Let's give it a shot, because she had nobody else. And she wanted to leave the pods with somebody. And how do you get a man? How did she want to get a man? She wanted to start talking sex. And she started talking sex about all the things that she wanted to do with him and do to him. And there you have it. Then she saw him. And all the stuff that she said went out the window.
Boundaries.
Boundaries, right? Yeah, the boundaries. So then we get to the part where she's she's want to leave him and can't leave him, but still don't want to be the bad person, right? Don't want to be the bad person. So I'm gonna hug up on you, kiss on you, act like she was acting like he was going to war, right? She was acting like he was going to prison for a couple years, and kiss him and come back, and kiss him and hug up and jump in his arms. He's grabbing her butt, and I don't know about y'all, but it's like Patrick, can you read the clues? She does not want you, right? Well, how else can she say it that she does not want you? She's not saying nothing, but what she is saying is, he's like, oh, we can go to Baja next week. No, I don't want to go to Baja. Oh, we can go home and be together. No, I don't want to go home with you, right? What else can she say? And I guess that was his delusional in his mindset. It can't be true. Like, dang, it happened to me again, right? It almost kind of on Edmund. I'm the nice guy, and it happened to me again. Man, somebody else broke my heart. My heart got broken twice, right? I got broken. My heart got broke. I got ghosted by Anna. I got seen by Casey, right? And now she don't like what she see, but don't want to tell me. And now she left me. And he thinks it's because she doesn't want to go to Baja. No, she doesn't want to go home with you, right? You wasn't the type of Asian guy that she liked. And I don't know if anybody else, I was confused. Like, they're giving a lot of description of who you look like in the pods. And I'm like, I didn't know if that was legal or not, right? Like, I didn't think you can say I'm this, that, and other. Maybe I got to look at the rules again. But I think you couldn't. I didn't think you could do all that. But
they got rid of those rules like after season 6. They started talking about it, and the girls started sharing like who they're talking to more often now.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, I kind of blame Patrick a little bit for the simple fact that he should have been like, hey, stuck with his guns. After Anna left, he didn't really want Casey, but again, she started talking that stuff and he was like, okay, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a try. And Casey just wanted somebody to pick her. So I'm like, it wasn't going to work. Both of them are, she's definitely manipulating him just so she doesn't look bad, but she looks bad. you try not to look bad, but you look bad. Like, you look crazy. Just be honest with a person. I don't want to be with you. She could have been honest with him in the pods. So it's bad. It's a bad look for both people. For him not being mature enough to realize, hey, she doesn't want to be with me. And then for her saying, not being honest with the guy, hey, it's your looks. I'm not attracted to you. Because I think she told the production, I don't think I can be attracted to him, or he needs somebody else that's more attractive to him in that way. And I don't think it can grow. And to that point, what she told production is what she should have told Patrick. I'm attracted to you, but I don't think it can grow any further than that. And I don't think he can be super attracted to you. Done deal. Be honest. Be honest. So
I'm gonna stress y'all out real quick, but I guess in Casey's, maybe she's the exception for women because attraction couldn't grow for her. Because as nice as he was, and y'all be telling us, oh, well, if your character can change everything. She thought he was a nice guy, but there was nothing that man was gonna do that was gonna change it for Casey. I can tell you that.
Now,
She was
Sean.
willing to do all types of gymnastics and tricks and kiss all over him just to get the hell.
That's right,
She was
Sean.
trying to get the hell out of there. That's what she was trying to do in the most easiest way possible for her, with less questions from him.
Now, Sean, you really be disappointing me sometimes. Because you be coming in here, you just going to give a little bit and Kojo going to run with it. Hi, everyone. Sorry. Let me just say hello. Now, we done said this, but we've also said that we need a place we can start from. How many times have we said we need a place that we can start from? We have never said that we can start with negative ugly. We said medium ugly. We didn't say negative ugly. We didn't say you have to be able to look at the face. I'm not sure she could look at the face.
Patrick is strong 4.
Huh?
Patrick is strong 4.
You date him, then Easton. You date him.
Yeah, Easton.
Nah, he's a cute looking guy, bro. He's a cute looking guy, bro.
Easton, where you been at?
she got the fact that he was a
Kojo, she ain't like I've been on the streams. I'm in Madrid right now.
Stressing us out. That's where he's been. He ain't been
The
going
basic
too long.
model Asian man.
He's
That's
a cute
it.
looking guy. He's a standard looking guy. It's a
Kojo,
standard
you date him. Kojo,
attraction.
you date him. Okay.
Why would I date somebody that is a man? Think about
Anyway,
what you're saying,
but don't y'all get to saying I'm saying anything about Patrick. Look, Patrick is whatever y'all say he is. Okay, beauty is subjective, but all I'm gonna say is that you got to be able to start from somewhere. We never said we could start from zero, so you got to be able to start from somewhere.
We hear you.
Well,
yes,
look,
Easton. Let's take us back.
It's time to get to the nitty gritty. Now, we gonna put all this blame on Patrick. And again, I think he's aloof. He's a ding dong. He's got a lot of racial insecurity and a lack of self-pride in his ancestry that he needs to resolve. But let's not misconstrue anything. Casey definitely played him, because off of the back of him, his main connection, which I feel like is downright dog dirty that Anna did, up and left him just because she was feeling, I don't know what was going on with her, because she didn't have a lot of racial pride in her peoples, but she just up and left. So that left him a little bit distraught. Now, I think you need to have a little bit more oomph and a little bit more confidence and a little bit more structure about yourself, and you either need to bow out or be able to vet properly. But then we got the she devil. Casey he was thinking with the wrong head, and that's where I put his problem was. He was thinking with the wrong head, as many men do. She put the thoughts in his head the same way as Julie and Charles, like we were talking about last time with France, and we already know what happened with that. But hey, I ain't gonna take my victory lap. But with Casey, she put the thoughts in his head. She said she's gonna do this, and she can't wait to go crazy. And my guy, this is terrible baddie management. Terrible baddie management, because you could tell he ain't had no baddies, because he know how to talk back to her. He was caught off guard. He didn't know how to shut it down. He just seemed awkward and out of place. And I'm not saying that you should carry on, because I'm not gonna lie, I won't want this kind of conversation on national TV. We can do it behind closed doors. But he didn't even know how to shut it down correctly or pivot it in a way into where it didn't, like, the blowback didn't make him look awkward. Either way, he fell for the trap. She got to seeing him, and as many of the women in this season do, they boundaries come up when they see him during the proposal or during the reveal. And that's what it was. When she saw him during the reveal, things change. And you can have that be the case, but a lot of times that's not oftentimes shown or discussed with their fiance. It's just like some demeanor changes, or again, the boundaries come up, or things get really, really flexible or loose, or however they want to play it. But Casey definitely manipulated him. And then even when he was talking with her at the lunch, like, just imagine they split you up. They haven't seen each other. Then they get to the hotels. Production pull you down to talk to your partner. And you just trying to figure out what's going on. She giving you these half-ass answers. Yes, no, maybe so. You're trying, like, give me some real answers. Don't give me a flippy floppy yes or no, maybe. And you kissing me, and then you saying, no, we can't see each other. Yes, he's aloof, he's dumb, but I think that it kind of was like an ambush. To me, it seemed like it was more of an ambush than it was more of a, I'm a dummy. I'm not listening to what she's saying. She was incoherent to me. You kissing me, then you jump and straddle me, then you won't. I think that he's an idiot because he fell for the common trick where sex gets thrown into the mix. He thought with the wrong head, and that was his demise. But Casey for sure played him and was a master manipulator in this whole thing.
So I think that production played Patrick first. Then Patrick played himself. And then Casey definitely was playing with him, in that order. That's what I think happened. Because first, Patrick actually had a connection with Anna. That was his number one. And they didn't even have the courtesy to just tell this man that. They really let him sit there for God knows how long, and then wander his way out, and then find out from somebody else that she was gone. Like, that's not cool. Why would you do that? That's not even close to cool. You can't sit up here and say, oh, well, they were dealing with her. All of them were dealing with her. Like, one of your little PAs, they can't come out and say something to him. Y'all just gonna let this man look lost and concerned because he don't know what's going on. That's not cool. And then you see him trying to, like, hype himself up and like, yeah, it's fine. I mean, because we were too much alike, and I need somebody who's a little bit more different than me for sure. You know what I mean? And he's like really he's really trying to, like, spin this like as though he didn't have her as his number one. And it's like, well, no, I mean, I still have Casey, and I know she really loves me. So we're gonna give it a go, man. Like for sure. And it's like, this lady don't like you, sir. She's given all the signs and indications that she is not into you before she even did that terrible. I don't even know if you could call that like phone sex or whatever. I don't know what that was, but before that happened, you can see this lady don't like you. The fact that she's really trying to push you to say something about your race, really, bro? Like, why does she care? Why does she care so much? And he actually has good instincts. He could clock that something was off, and he just completely ignored them. He completely ignored the fact that she has a boyfriend, and she never actually answered the question, is he still your boyfriend? She just completely ignored that, and he let her for that terrible little phone sex that they were doing. I don't know what all she was saying, because when I realized what was happening, I fast forwarded right through that, because gross. That's not my idea of a good time. She's not good at it. I don't want to watch that. And you're right. He's stupid because he didn't even know how to respond to it. He didn't even know what she was doing at first. He didn't know what to say.
Because he adjusted himself. He knew.
After a minute he did, yeah, but at first he didn't know what
he was a loop. He was like, what's going on here?
It was so bad. But yeah, he played himself. And I realized he played himself when, what's the guy's name? Because I think he's half Asian too. Mike was trying to warn him, and he didn't want to hear it. He was trying to tell him about Casey and didn't want to hear it. And not for nothing, but nobody else was talking about Casey. You didn't see her with anybody else. You didn't hear her mention anybody else in the rankings, just Patrick. Because I feel like everybody else could see right through her except Patrick. That's the only reason why she was giving him the time of day. And she was hoping against hope that he would be like, I don't know, he would be like the Clark Kent of Asians. You know what I mean? That he's like one of them hidden gems Asians. And it didn't happen. She got herself a basic model. And that's his fault, by the way, because he kept saying, oh, well, people keep saying I'm good looking for an Asian guy. That is a death knell. You never talk about how attractive you are to somebody else when you're in these freaking pods. It never works out well, ever. It didn't happen well with Nick. It didn't happen well with, what's the girl? The one who says that she's Megan Fox. The only one that it worked out well for was Jessica. And you see, she ain't got no man. So don't do that. Really, you need to be lowering your value. Like what the guy who's all tatted up, what he does whenever people be giving him compliments, he flips it right around. He's like, nope, I'm terrible. Like he just completely just lowers his own physical attractiveness. That's what you need to be doing. So that way, when people see you, it's nothing but up from there. But he couldn't do that. He's trying to sell himself. And that's a terrible position to be in, where you feel like you need to sell yourself to somebody that you've never even met before. That's stupid. So there's that. But no, Casey completely played him when they finally met up with each other. She couldn't be bothered to comb her hair. That's how much she don't like you. Because white women, they love their hair. You see, she put in those tracks. We know she put in tracks because they were visible. And she didn't even bother to comb through it. She put the little banana clip up and called it a day. That's how little she cares about this man. And I say she played him because even though she's saying with her mouth, she don't want to be near him, her actions are saying differently. She's like breathing in his air. She's touching all up on him. He grabbing all on her booty cheeks and whatnot. I'm like, okay, you saying you don't want to be here, but why are you letting him touch all on you? Why are you kissing all on him? You running back to him, leaping up into his arms. What are we doing here? I can see why he would be confused. I was confused. Like, what are we doing? You didn't even have to do that. If you wanted a clean break, you literally did it the worst way possible. That's what she did was so effed up. That's not okay. You could have just pulled an Anna and ghosted him. You would have been better off doing that. Seriously. Because it's not like he can track you down. So there's more Caseys in the world. It wouldn't be too hard to just disappear. You look like a lot of other white ladies. Okay? You could have just disappeared into the sunset, but you didn't want to do that. You want to go get into his head. And that's effed up. So yeah, everybody's playing each other here in this little scenario.
Hey, real quick, that part you said, she didn't even want to give him her number. He was like, well, I guess I have to look you up on Facebook or Instagram. Like she
Yeah.
didn't, like you couldn't tell the man your number. Like that's a key sign too that she don't want to be with you. She didn't give you your number.
Well, that was the point I was going to get to. There's no real victims between them two because Patrick, he's very overly confident. And I would say he's actually not confident actually deep down, but he portrays overconfidence and he's very delusional. And I think when he saw Casey, that whole scene, he was slurping her down. I was so uncomfortable. He was looking like, look, I ain't never gonna get this opportunity again, so let me slurp her down. I was like, you're gross. And then she played him back, but then she overdid her hand because why are you jumping on somebody you playing? Meanwhile, you're telling the producer that you don't like him and you ain't attracted to him. I was like, both of you guys deserve each other. Y'all both.
Pick me energy.
Yeah, I don't see a single victim here. They both just was doing too much. Now, I want to get to what you said, Dolly, about Mike. At first, I was really agitated that he wasn't taking Mike's advice. But then I had to remember, Mike is a fool, and he was playing a whole bunch of people in the pods lying. He was lying wasn't he lying to Sparkle Meg? Patrick, like, I couldn't believe you if I wanted to because I don't know what your angle is. So then I was like, you know what? Okay. Because at first I was pissed. I'm like, listen to good counsel. But then I'm like, this is Mike. This is like what's that black dude who's on Love is Blind, the one who left what's his face at the altar? What, Clay? This is like Clay going on TikTok talking about Netflix needs to stop embarrassing black men, and everybody was like, wrong messenger, Clay, wrong messenger.
I mean, the backstory makes sense because now that we know that he actually said that he was never ready for marriage, and they still brought him onto the show.
Yeah,
a little bit.
But he still took his black behind onto the show, which makes it still the wrong messenger because he knows the premise of the show, proceeds to tell them that he doesn't want to get married, and they're just like, oh, perfect drama, and then cast him, but you also participated. So, that's my little 2 cents. But Patrick, he needs to, his overconfidence, his delusion and overconfidence is going to get him in trouble. And I do recommend that, he needs to date people within his community because maybe they will find him more attractive. He keeps going to people outside his community that don't find him attractive. And that's the problem. Date within your community. They're used to whatever features you're afraid of, or I don't know. White supremacy has done a number on us, guys.
When you said that, it made me think of the Dr. Umar quote about if the black women don't like you, you think the white women like
exactly. Dr. Umar said it. He said that.
Y'all not tripping. Y'all not tripping. Trey, because you know the West. For Patrick.
To the question, did she play Patrick? Yes. Did Patrick help her play him? Yes. Was production sitting there twiddling their thumbs like Richard the Rest? Yes. They knew what they had. Oh, until I think between Elsa and Dahlia asked this question, why did it look like she just had her hair up and didn't care? Because production made her come there and tell him to his face that she was breaking up with him. I think she was just going to send a text message or just had them say, hey, she decided not to continue with the process. But I think they made her like, no, hold on, no. You about to be the third no-show? No. You got to follow through. I'm going to sit down. We're going to call them up here. We're going to set it up. You got to tell them. And then she folded. Because the whole time, she didn't ever break up with her. She said, hold on. Elsa, I'm about to do it. I just need to go home. Oh, my God. I just can't do this. Oh, my God. It's too much. I just need to be with my family. Oh. No, it's not true. It's just, well, what's the problem? I don't understand. It's okay. I just can't do this right now. It's too much. I can't go to Baja with you. It's just too much. What? And yes, she was being diabolical the whole time. You knew you brought this man break up with you, and you didn't do it once. You just leaned into it. And the funny thing was, at some point in time, Patrick started to figure out something was wrong. Because if you notice, it cut back to his little confession. He was like, I don't understand what's going on here. I'm a little confused. Wait, was this a breakup? I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah, it was bad. It was terrible. But we got to put things in proper context here. Okay, so let's just be for real. To see what said something, and Elsa said it when she first started. Is Patrick knows it will be very difficult for him to date within his own culture. It would be very difficult because of his ethnicity background. I don't think we truly understand how cutthroat, and I'm gonna use the proper word, how cutthroat Asians can be to one another, and the hierarchy that they set each other up on. To their culture, I'm just going to say it, to their culture, unfortunately, Patrick will be considered a mutt because of it, period. And he will be treated as such. So I can understand him, especially him living in Denver. It's predominantly white. He had to assimilate and emulate that culture just to even try to fit in. And he's still someone on the outside looking in over there. So I can understand his immense insecurities. And the funny thing is, it was accentuated when we met Anna, because she showed some of the same issues as well. But we got to remember, at least from Patrick's standpoint, Anna was his number one. Casey was number two. She was the backup. And mainly, I think, as Seaway said, Mike called it, and if you paying attention, she was just here to try to get on the show. She's just trying to be famous, just trying to, she's trying to get on the show. I think that's what her goal was, just to get on the show. So she was doing anything and everything to try to have some type of what's the word I'm looking for? Have some type of connection with somebody on the show. And Patrick was the only one that was kind of halfway taken, actually dealing with her. But Anna was his number one. As soon as Anna dipped out, which I hope we find out some half reason why, I think it has to do with her parents, because she was, the moment she said not even her parents know where she was, I was like, uh-oh, that's a problem. Because especially when you say, she talked to her mom every day. She's very close to them. I know how Asian people could be. She disappeared for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if they called the police and she was missing. And so she had to go home. I wouldn't be surprised. But I hope we find out is what somewhat happened with that. But yes, as soon as Anna dipped, he had no choice but to go back, go with the backup and see what that do. But I think at some point he knew it was a bad backup. But he went along with the process until them doors opened and he saw what he got. Jackpot in his head. Jackpot.
She was the cutest out of all of them, to be honest.
That's why I said, to Easton's point, for Denver, she is a
who was cuter? She was the cutest.
For Denver, Casey is a baddie. For Denver, I've been all over the U.S. I know. For Denver, yeah, she up there. She know it. She knows it. That's how she carries herself. She knows she's creme de la creme. And the next one in line is Spark and Megan, but that's for a little different reasons. But for different reasons. But she's next in line. She carries us too. She acts the same way, just a tad bit different. But yes, he went up there. He saw her. He was like, yes. When she saw her, she went, damn. It was different ahs. It was
They want to know, Trey. They want to know
Well,
what can you lay the foundation? What's your basis for saying that about how that his Asian community wouldn't accept him? They want to know where you're getting that from.
Well, if I'm correct, he's half Chinese and half Cambodian. Correct?
Yeah, they're just want. Yeah, they're asking.
Cambodians basically going to be on the bottom of the Asian totem pole. They think they're peasants, trash. It's down there. Usually Chinese and specifically on what's the city name? Elsa, give it to what's the city name?
Hong Kong?
Don't forget
Hong Kong.
Vietnamese is also included.
Yeah,
All
folks
in
are
South
down there
Asian.
too.
The ones that hang out with the black folks a lot are the ones
The brown
that are
ones?
like,
not Shanghai. If I think it's Shanghai, I'm thinking
that's
there's
China.
specific
There's
No, it's
Singapore.
Hong Kong.
there's-
Yeah.
between Hong Kong and Pacific City. That's going to be the top Asians for the most part. Koreans is probably going to be like third. Japanese is like it depends.
Japanese is first.
No. Well, you know what? Actually, Chinese and Japanese butt heads who's first or not. So it depends on who you ask from what viewpoint.
Not
But they
especially
still hate
when
each
that
other.
nuclear thing
y'all.
happened.
Doing the minority breakdown.
Right.
Of the minority.
Hey, I'm
Is
telling
that-
you.
Baby,
Is
I'm
that
learning
what we
some
doing
new things
today?
out here. I'm
I'm
picking up on the
telling
game.
you.
Is that what we're doing today?
I'm learning
I'm
the
black
game.
people coming
telling
up
you.
with this.
What the hell?
It's real.
What the
I
hell?
still
am
ain't got
saying,
the
Mama?
answer to how do you know. I still
I'm-
haven't figured out how do you
I
know.
know.
I know because of
I've-
all my time spending with the anime and trading card.
Yes, I'm an
community.
anime
They have-
head.
Yeah,
Okay.
they
I
have
know
different
a lot of
tiers.
Asian people. I know
And
a lot of
they-
Asian people. Went to school with some Asian people.
Lord,
Still
you
friends
making it
with
worse.
some.
Can you imagine a bunch
You
of
have some
Asian
Asian
people
friends,
talking about the diaspora wars?
They probably
do.
do.
Son,
They
you
do.
don't understand. I'm telling you.
If we're gonna
They
keep it a buck, they own most of China, of Africa anyway, the mineral rights. So we're gonna keep it a buck.
Asians will tell you this themselves. That's what I'm trying to get
Go
across.
look at their recaps.
I'm not
Go look at their
doubting
recaps.
the validity of what you're saying. I'm just bringing up the irony of a fact that there are black folks up here in Asian folks' business and breaking down the breakdown of the hierarchy of it all. That's what I'm talking about.
It's super
They
relevant.
be
It's
doing
super
it
relevant.
too.
I'm 1/12 Cambodian, so we can talk about it.
You know
You're in
what?
trouble then.
Y'all
I'm
are
not
missing
sorry.
the point. Y'all
This
are
might hurt
missing the
some
point.
feelings.
Y'all have missed the plot completely.
I'm just lying.
Listen,
Exactly. Y'all have missed the plot completely. No, they really do be doing it. They do it to us too.
it's crazy.
Like, y'all.
Yeah, you should hear them. You should hear them rank black people Africans. It's
Oh Lord.
yikes.
Good night, Trey.
Take a play. You don't want to be in that conversation. If you want to have a real talk, honest, no holds bars talk with an Asian person, it's gonna be eye opening.
Well, this
It's
ain't
like,
none of my
wow.
business. This ain't none of my business because until they find Malaysia Airlines, and I already know they found a wing, I'm not going over that way anyway. I done already told people, so I definitely don't need to be opining on their business. So,
But nah,
I guess.
it's just, Patrick, I understand his insecurities, and it's gonna be honestly, for him to truly get past it, he's gonna need a change of scenery. Denver is not gonna be it. Going to a place where there are at least a lot more Asians could help. It's still gonna be difficult. He knows that. That's why he brings it up all the damn time. He knows it. He knows how he's going to be accepted. That's why he was so afraid to say what he was actually mixed with in the first place. To Anna, he was like, yeah, Chinese and Cambodian. If you notice how Anna paused when he said Cambodian, she paused. She went, oh.
That's what it,
Oh.
Now, see, this is what happens when y'all give Trey license, because he done got off the horse and started walking. Now this white woman has bias against the Cambodians. Now you have uncovered a whole new plot. See what y'all did? I blame all of y'all on this panel to entertain this, because now we're here.
I was referring to Anna, but first of all, if I walk you, I'm leading you to water, so don't worry about it, Sean. You're gonna be well fed. Don't worry about it. You're good. Nah, it's Patrick definitely played himself. He definitely was naive, foolish, really, but mainly because he just wanted this so bad. You can see it on his face as soon as them doors open. Oh yeah, he was so bad that he saw the signs in front of his face, the way she reacted to him. Even when after the breakup was coming, he saw the signs where he didn't want to see them. He literally was trying to blind himself to what was happening right in front of his face. Now, like I said, it didn't help that Casey was dragging it along as well, instead of just saying, you know what, I'm sorry, I'm just not that. I like you, but I'm just not attracted to you. It's not going to work. No, she's like, oh God, I just gotta go home. Yeah, it was diabolical. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. This is stupid.
Well, I think what we can all agree to is I hope we can all agree to this. I think minorities, like Assumpta said, sorry if I said your name wrong, we just got to stay off of Love is Blind. The way they do minorities, all of them is a fool. And this time they even try to take a man in the community and put him on there. He was white, at least this time, but whatever that man name was who was in the community, who was trying to pretend that he wasn't in the community on the show. Thank you. I'm just like, they're just playing too much. They're either ignoring black people or having the black people just look crazy. Like either like they're in the pods and we don't hear anything from them, or they're in the pods acting a fool. It's like this every time, and they do this to the other minorities. We just
keep coming back.
We need to stop. Black women definitely need to stop signing up, because there's nothing good coming to you from this show.
Can we just say that do you just automatically become a pick-me if you sign up for the show, since we have a long history of black women and black people being done dirty? If you get on that show, you basically a pick-me at this point.
Well, I think everyone on the show, no matter your race, color, creed, background, is a bit of a pick-me at this stage of the casting. Everyone really, really wants to be picked. That's why they're willing to take the risk, because we've already seen what it is. But to be a black woman and take the risk to come on Love is Blind, I think you're going to have to add an additional layer of pick me, because when's the last time we've seen something good? I guess Tiffany and
No, that's season 4. We got Zach no, that's season 4 too. We got Garrett and girl. She didn't like that man at first, but ended up liking him eventually.
Garrett and Taylor. But she's asking for minorities.
I'm talking about the last black couple.
She's Asian, half Asian. She didn't want to tell nobody.
Black
Easton.
Oh, we ain't gonna get none of that. No, it's a concerted effort.
Yeah, last one is Tiffany. So yeah, I mean, it's not worth the risk at this point. But
you have Marissa. We don't want to count her.
What?
That's Sean's favorite person. Don't talk about Marissa.
Wait,
they're not together, Dahlia.
Really,
Marissa
Dahlia?
And 2 twigs and 3 twigs.
You really tried that one. Wow. You really tried that one.
3 twigs and El Jabbar's. Are you kidding me?
Then you might as well throw in Alex.
Go away from us.
Hey, Dahlia, she's still in therapy from the show. Have you been on TikTok? She's still in therapy.
Y'all know why.
Well, she needed to be in therapy before the show. How she was acting and her mama, but hey, we'll leave that where it needs to be.
Yeah, perhaps, but I'm sure 2 twigs did not help.
But also doesn't help. They don't go to cities where there are a lot of minorities. I mean, you went to Colorado, for God's sakes. I mean, it's not in Denver. I mean, Colorado, I think 4% of the people are African American, and it's less than that are Asian. I mean,
Glenn, they was in Chocolate City, DC, and they gave us 4 babies, illegitimate babies, and a baby mama.
They doing this on purpose, y'all. I know we need to move to the next couple, but they doing this on purpose. That's my conspiracy theory.
Well, it's hard.
That's not a conspiracy.
We gonna move it on. We're gonna move on because y'all gonna be here for 5 hours, okay? And
talking about what about Devin in Virginia? Not Mr. Republican in Virginia.
Well, shit.
If
Oh
you like
yeah.
that. I'm going to let me just celebrate this one person here. Pam, thank you very much for sending out 20 gifted memberships as well. We appreciate you very much for this. You know me, I gotta play my little clip when you send the little memberships through. Okay.
Who are you?
My name is a pimp named Slickback.
That's right. Every time that'll do it. Thank you very much, Pam. Shout out to your mama as well for being a member as well. Thank you very much. Shout out to Rose. 2202. Shout out to Mr. Don't Play. It's always good to see you around here, brother. Ricky Star as well. Shout out to you as well, coming through, being a member as well. Thank you very much. All right, listen, let's move on to the next couple, because you know what? Time will beat us if we don't. Let's talk about Sparkle Maggle. Sparkle Megan.
Megan.
Sorry, man. I don't know why that name Markle came out.
Megan
Sparkle Megan, because she had like 3 or 4 different options, bro. Like, you know what?
Megan
they say
Sparkle.
money talks, even for the man them. You get what I'm saying to you? She had a lot of gold to dig. So I'm gonna ask the question, were these men gold diggers? Because I don't know, because the way she was selling her gold, I'm just saying. Okay, they weren't gold diggers. Okay, cool.
No.
They weren't pressed over that.
All right, cool, fair enough, man. I won't ask that question. But all jokes aside, she had 4 connections. You know, she had Jordan, she had Mike, she had Blake, who obviously left as well. And then she also had someone else. There was someone else, I'm sure, that was connected with her. Was it those 3? Even what? Are we sure that old boy Patrick wasn't involved at the beginning? No. Okay, cool. Maybe not. Okay, well, she had 3 connections then that they showed. But you know, I want to get you guys' thoughts on this, because she obviously ended up with Jordan. Was Jordan the right choice?
Yeah,
you know, that's the question I'm asking.
for a while, didn't she?
I'm just saying there was a 4th person. There was at least there was a Brennan.
She had Brennan
that's
for
Brennan. Yeah,
Brennan.
that's 4.
Mm-hmm.
For one meetup, she had Brendan. One of those pass-bys. It wasn't long at all with Brendan. Everybody meets everybody. It was one of those.
Yeah, it was always the big 3. It was those 3 guys that were like her main piece. But just to make mine really real quick, I think it's a good fit. But I think with a person like Megan, you got to see how she operates in the real world, and if our lives can acquiesce and kind of gel together. And I don't think it will. I think that as we see in real life, if you have dealt with somebody who is a high earner, who is as a woman, sometimes, or just high earners in general, I think they kind of have type A mentality, and Megan definitely has that. And I don't think that's going to mesh well with Jordan. I don't think that it meshes well with his lifestyle. He was really happy about him buying his 1 pair of Gucci shoes or whatever it was. And I'm like, you just ain't seen this woman's closet. I'm sure she has a plethora of Gucci shoes. Him having a child also throws another wrench into the system, because I definitely think that she has an image of, in her mind, how she imagines her life to be. And the more that they become one together, it will showcase to her that Jordan isn't this like knight in shining armor, Prince Charming that she thought or built out to be in her head, and she can't will this thing into existence. And so that's why I think that they'll eventually fall out.
It ain't gonna work out, but I do like Jordan bringing her down to earth in some of the things that he says. You know, she keeps on, you know, putting big things out there like, oh, you know, she's going to, you know, your son is going to be my purpose. And Jordan's like, no. We are going to be each other's purpose. And she's like, I'm going to be a mom to your son. He's like, you know, he kind of like brings her down to earth a bit. And it just cringes me sometimes when I hear her say mom to his son, because it's almost sounded like the young man does have a mom, but I understand the premise of what she's saying. And I'm wondering if it's because how it edited to sound, but I'll leave Megan alone with that. But she's already thrown out the money, and he said no. At the pool party, she's like, we got to get him his Cartier bracelet. And he's like, no, we're not going to do that. And you saw her kind of like look like, you're going to refuse me buying you gifts. I see the money as being a bigger issue than it should be or it could be. But, you know, no one apart from Jordan asked her, why is it sparkle, Megan? And Jordan also said, we do not match as far as money. We don't match this way. Our lifestyles don't match. How do you see this working? And she still was into it and still on it. You know, hey, I am concerned, but I'm also concerned with Joe bringing out the frat boy in Jordan, you know, at that party. But hey, I wish them all the best.
I'll make mine quick because what you just said, Elsa, is why I'm thinking.
You're muted.
You're muted, bro.
I'm sorry. Because of what you just said, Elsa, I possibly think Jordan may leave her before Megan leaves him. You know, because I'm just getting that feeling from him. You know, because he already asked those. Actually, he was the only one out of men that asked her those piercing questions. Like, hey, you know, I'm seeing that there's some things about our lifestyles that are diverse from one another. How are we going to make this work? What are your ideas of making this work? And she tried to give all her assurances. And did that Cartier thing? Yeah, he's probably the main reason why he's saying no. He doesn't want to be put in a situation where it seems like this woman is trying to buy him or take care of him or this, that, third. You know, because she already said that she likes to treat her men or whatever. And it was very evident how she led with her finances and all her pods. That when she was talking to the guys, she led with them. And, you know, I knew that was like, that's going to be an issue, you know, down the road with any man. I will say at least she showed good sense as far as not choosing Mike, because it seemed like for a while she was leading towards that way. And I understand why, because Mike is her usual type. You know, well, let me be more specific. He's her usual type. If there was outside, she wouldn't be Mike's usual type. You know, if there was outside, he would notice her because they run in the same circles financially, but she wouldn't be his usual type. You know, but she did show some good sense of like, okay, if I say I want to do something different and not go with my type because it has not worked, she actually followed through with that. The only thing that gives me pause with her is she made a statement saying that, you know, she's been with a billionaire guy and he didn't have time for her. She's been with a broke guy, and from the way she worded it, the relationship was wonderful. It sounded like you treated her the best, in her words. He treated her the best. She loved it. But it sounds like the only reason why it didn't work is because he was broke. And she didn't see a future with that. So she's trying to land someplace in the middle. She said that. She wants to go in the middle. I don't know if Jordan is the middle she wants to land in. You know. And I don't know if Jordan thinks he's the middle that she wants her to land in. The way he's dealing with her, because he's kind of treating this like an experiment for real. Like, okay, let's just see how this go. We'll see. But, you know, it's going to come with some issues. It's going to be money issues, and we see how it go from there. But for the most part, I like Megan. I do like her. I do. I'm kind of on the fence when Elsa mentioned, you know, how Jordan went all frat boy at the party. Everybody was drinking. The only thing that was weird to me was how Jordan and Joe was having some type of moment, let's say. But then again, That's how white boys do. They do that. They actually do that type of stuff. I mean, I used to have white roommates when I was in college, so I was like, yeah, this seems familiar. I'm like, yeah, this is what they do. This is what it is. You know, okay. But the way she got all upset about it, I was just like, okay, I can understand you being maybe a little teed off, but you really got in your emotions there for a second. I was like, whoa, okay, why are you getting triggered over this? What's going on? You know, but I'm gonna land it there. Keep it moving.
She was triggered because they had sex, and she said it was the best that she had. And now he's not paying attention to her, right? So he's not giving her the attention she needs, and he's giving all his attention, even though it's drunk attention or whatever people say. I see the chat say it was other stuff, but whatever attention it is to other people, right? So that's one of the things. You got to remember too. Her number one was the guy who was Blake. Her number one was Blake, but Blake ghosted her. Right, so these two, so Jordan's really her number two, or whatever case you want to be. Blake was the man that she really wanted to be with. Everybody else, Jordan was the guy who made her laugh. Right, Jordan was the fun guy, the guy that made her laugh and come down to earth. Mike was the guy that was typically what she was used to. Blake was the guy that was different, right? And so that's what she's used to. So she's kind of settled for Jordan, because it's a cause, as you mentioned. It's a cause with Luca, right? I think that's the little boy's name. They have a common, commonality. Her dad died from type 1 diabetes. This young boy has it, and she wants to be involved in his life. Try to help there. I like how Jordan's setting boundaries up. I think the boundaries are necessary. I haven't known you for more than 14 days, right? And you're talking about my son and love and all this together. It's too early for that, right? Leading with money, is she willing to live the simple? She's not willing to live the simple life. Her name wouldn't be Sparkle Megan, right? So is he willing to come and meet her somewhere in the middle? Of course, he doesn't want to be a kept man. He's not going to be a house husband, right? He's not going to. He wants to be able to continue to work and do the things that he needs to do for them. So that's going to be their struggle. What she's looking for. How are they going to navigate marriage in the finances? Can they come on the same page with the finances, right? He says he drives a 2014 Kia. She drives a car that got bling on it, right? That she doesn't want to name. Can he handle that? And can she handle riding around, going backwards, and maybe riding in the Kia, right? And, do they always have to take her car? So there's going to be some things that he and her going to have to deal with, especially when they come together, because they're not on the same page about this money situation. I agree with everybody. It's going to destroy their relationship, even when they talk to others. Can she deal with a mom, right? And let's say you're married and you dealing with Luca. Can you deal with his ex and that aspect of it? So there's a lot of things that Jordan brings that Megan may or may not be able to deal with moving forward. I do like them together visually, but I think emotionally, there's still some things that they both need to work on. You can't be the drunk college boy. I know you're on vacation or you in Baja, whatever you want to be, and that's where you're letting your hair down. But that can't be your normal routine, all right? And it doesn't seem like it is a normal routine, being a responsible father, but that is turning her off slowly but surely, and he doesn't know how far it has gone. Now, of course, he's not Joe. That's a whole different conversation. Right, he's not Joe, but he was close. So, because he was irritating her with some of his comments and things that he was saying, and they couldn't handle the liquor or other stuff. So,
yeah, I was surprised that she chose him because that doesn't seem her speed. And I will say this much for Jordan: he wasn't hiding anything. He was very clear about his circumstances, what he could and couldn't do. And for those who actually watched the France version, he's who Tatiana should have been, okay? He brought pictures of his kid. He talked about his kid all the time. It was nothing but positive things to say about him. And he wasn't melting down. He could have taken or left, what's her name, Megan, he could have taken a left turn. I think either way he would have been okay. And that's the energy that Tatiana needed to have going into the pods, and she fell apart. But either way, Jordan, I feel like I don't think he's really all that into her, to be honest with you. She said that was the best sex of her life, but I think if you were to ask him, I don't think he would say the same. I really don't. And I don't think that he's all that into her. I think that I think he likes her well enough. I think he likes the fact that she seems to embrace the fact that he has a kid and she's thinking about him, which is cool. Like, she's doing way too much. Just you a little too inappropriate, but she at least is thinking about what's going to look like having a kid present. And to be honest with you, I really don't feel like we actually got to know him all that well. He was asking good, practical questions, but like him as a person, who is this dude? Other than outside of his kid, seriously, who is he? We know he has tats. We know he drives a Kia. We know he don't have much money right now, but who is he as a person? Couldn't tell you. Really couldn't. And I felt like the conversation was centered more on her than it was on him. I don't think that's a good mix. I really don't have much to say about them because he was cracking jokes a lot, and class clowns like that, I feel like they use jokes to avoid having to be serious. And there's really not much to say on him or them as a couple. So I can really only speak about her and how she was with the other people. She was right to avoid Mike. I don't even know why she allowed it to go that long, especially after that comment he made about diabetes. What was that? Who he was not smart. And I think he's trying to like impress her by talking about his health, and like totally stuffed his foot in his mouth. I don't even think he realizes that he did that because she never said anything. And she was willing to keep going forwards with him, which is crazy to me. I don't remember her conversations with Blake. I'm sorry. A lot of these white people, when it comes to the pods, I wish Elsa was here because she has a better memory. All these white people were really running together this season. They really were. I'm so sorry. If it wasn't for the Black couple and the Asian couple, I wouldn't be able to tell who was who. They were talking about nothing. They were talking about a whole lot of nothing. So I'm going to rely on y'all to jog my memory of what they were talking about. And I'm going to leave it there because there's really nothing else to say. I don't think they're going to last. That's really it. Okay, I'm landing my plane.
Any more thoughts on the... Yes, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a little disturbing that people in it, I think I'm pretty much on the same page as everyone that spoke so far. So the only thing that I thought stood out was that they were having a little snappy back and forth when the couples were all together. So I think that's also going to play interestingly into their dynamics. I think I see a little bit of, little power control shifting going on there. And there's something where I don't understand what I missed, but everybody's obsessed with Megan's butt. Did I miss something in the pods? Did she get a BBL or did she do something to her butt or
It
something?
ain't that
Because
great.
It's
It
just
ain't
a
that
regular.
great.
It's just a nicer butt for a white woman. That's
because
Yeah.
I'm like, what? But did she say something about breast implants and taking them out?
She
Did
used
I
to
miss
have
that?
breast implants. She used
to
to have
have-
them.
Okay.
She had them removed.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
okay. So there
plus
was
she works
that.
out every day too, so that's probably why the butt is where it is.
Yeah. So I was like, why do we keep going here? And she's
that
twerking and
was
carrying on.
that was Edmund's wife doing all that.
Oh,
Or
Calidria.
fiance, Calidria, yeah.
Yeah.
She was putting up them boundaries.
Here you go, Easton. Knock it off, okay?
What boundaries?
He's talking about KB's boundaries of not wanting to sleep with Edmund. He's not ready to let
Please
that
don't
go.
rehash this. Please
Let's
don't
not
rehash
go
this.
backwards,
We ain't
please.
got
I
time.
never
We ain't
even
got
heard it.
time. Nah,
We're
don't
not
do it.
going
Don't
backwards.
see it.
Well,
Don't do it.
don't get
it.
all rowdy.
To be fair,
When
these
you was
other
having your
couples
whole
are
diatribe about the Asian
these other
diaspora,
couples are
I
non.
thought about you.
These other couples are non-factors. We can read
this KB thing.
You
They spent
know?
2 hours on it.
I
And
was so
I'm
mad
over
I
here.
missed it. I didn't hear none of it.
I'm so sorry.
Listen.
It was 2 hours. These guys went on it.
Well, I wasn't on for 2 hours, so I must have
Not
missed the
you, not
first
you.
hour.
Yeah, Miss
But
but they actually went for us. Go for it.
yeah, I just think these two are not gonna make it. Long story short, they ain't gonna make it. Love is not blind. Love has 20/20 vision, and I think this is just yet another example. She also, somebody I think believe said it early. I don't know if it was Elsid or Dahlia, but she needs to really release herself from this stepmommy syndrome she has too. It's also becoming very cringy. It's like, I'm gonna take care of the baby. It's like, lady, you just met each other, Like, I know it's accelerated process, and I think that's just like a general theme. We're in an accelerated process, but people are like hitting the gas and going like balls to the wall. And I think people just need to pace themselves and just relax, get to know each other, before they go all in.
Yeah, and I didn't talk on this, but I just have to say Sparkle Megan is going to be in the same predicament that a lot of Black women are. When you get to a certain level of success and wealth, even now you're outpacing your white male counterparts, who should be a lot harder to outpace. You're going to be in a particular situation. I think y'all said it, other people said it. She needs to find a matchmaker, because Jordan, he seemed cool, but he tried to dim her light a little bit, and this, the Sparkle Megan thing is corny. I actually wanted her to dead that to episode 1. So I wasn't really mad that he told her to dead it, but at the end of the day, he seemed like he lived a basic life, a simple life, and I see her already trying to act like she ready to be a stepmama to a man that ain't really got the funds. That's not finna work. It's just not finna work. So, and that's even if he really even care about her like that, which I'm not convinced of that either. So, yeah.
See, you ain't sound like Kevin Samuels.
Wait a minute, the man is not broke. He's just not in her tax bracket.
Did I say broke?
He ain't broke though, not even close.
Did I say
Not
broke?
even.
I don't recall if that said broke. I said it doesn't have her funds. He doesn't. And broke is relative. You may be broke to her. I could be broke to her. I didn't sell a company. I mean, compared to her, we're all probably broke. What I'm saying is that she needs to find a man in her tax bracket. He's probably a regular man. He can keep up with his son and whatever he got to go, cool. But
she already
the
did,
way it
though.
sounds like she living,
I don't think that's going to help her, because she had a man in her tax bracket and it didn't work.
Multiple men in her tax bracket. I think that's also the fundamental issue with, people of that status is, it comes with those problems that are associated with it. But I mean, I hope she finds somebody, but she done dated a millionaire. She done dated a whole bunch. It seems like she's dated a whole bunch of successful people, and she's dated older. She's dated younger. She's done the whole gauntlet, but she can't find nobody. So when that's the problem, when that's the issue, the problem is you.
That was a weird point. She made it a point of saying, I dated a billionaire. She didn't use millions. I dated a billionaire. But the issue with him was he didn't have time. That's what she said. That's what she said. I'm just going by her words.
She said that.
I dated a
They
billionaire.
lie. That Michael
They
Jackson
may
meme. They lie.
That's what she said.
I don't believe she dated no almost billionaire.
That's
So
what
I'm not
she
buying
said.
it. I
That's
know
what
what
she
she
said.
said.
yeah, and I don't, maybe she did, maybe she didn't. But I think what I'm saying is, when you become a woman with that amount of money, you're gonna complicate your dating life. Whether you're trying to date richer or date poorer, you have officially complicated your ability to find love, especially if you're talking at 35. That's why they say a lot of women is very dangerous. You getting super established, already having your house, buying everything, and makes you trying to date very hard. It's easier to date broker.
I think it's just the habits and the mentality. Megan got a dry personality. She ain't no fun. I'm telling you that woman ain't no fun. She's a buzzkill. And she gives me old girl from Married at First Sight, Madison. Or old girl that was first dating David. She's a dry dry personality. She ain't gonna go nowhere, and you eventually she takes the life out of you as a person. Michelle, that's what it is. Michelle. She gives me Michelle vibes, but she actually got the money, and Michelle ain't got no money.
Don't forget though, she's starting up a company, and she also says she wants to be a traditional woman.
She's confused.
Lies.
50-50, I need a roughneck, dude. Look, boundaries.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. The confusion. She talk about she want to do didn't she say she want to do traditional stuff?
She told somebody she gonna be cooking and cleaning in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's like
lying.
come on. See, this is the problem.
It's performative, just the same way. And I think African says she can, but it's not hard to a billion, a whole, and then she said close to $1 billion. So that means they had hundreds of millions of dollars.
Look, that's what it seems like the theme of this season is.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. And what are you doing on this show? What are you doing on this show after having had a serious relationship with somebody that has access to that level of wealth? I wouldn't be anywhere near Love is Blind. I would
going
be
out like Boo Boo the Fool.
Love is Bora Bora. Are you kidding me?
Well, Sean,
She's probably promoting her business.
Yeah, Sean, of course you wouldn't because you are emotionally settled. She obviously isn't. Hence the reason why the people are on this show.
More money, more problems.
It's just the boundaries. That's what we just all. I'm
gonna have to rewatch. I'm trying to figure out what boundaries.
Don't even entertain him in this stupid boundary stuff. Because he's gonna ride. He's gonna ride
saying every girl have boundaries.
Easton needs to leave. No. Easton trying to wind you up into it. Easton, stop doing it because we're not going back. We're not going back. Going forwards.
Now, because Twin is back. Twin's gonna give some good perspective.
No. We're going forward because we haven't got the time. You gonna drag us back into Stone Ages like somebody's president.
Did we get to that dude that was so lit and his
Joe and thingy?
Yeah,
we haven't because Easton was keep talking about boundaries. So let's
you need to check your boy because he's in another time zone. He want to show out and keep dragging.
Not Kojo getting fed up. You hear the tone of his voice getting strict.
You need to reach out to your Easton and Edmund. That's probably some kin to him. And tell him to get in front of the couch.
Don't you put that West Virginia
Not some kin.
Don't behave yourselves, boys.
He keeps capping for this man. I don't know why he's capping for this man. That clearly is indeed of therapy.
Look,
Joe. What's Joe?
Sean is gonna cape for KB, and she like roughnecks. It's okay. This is what it is.
All right. Back it in, both of you. All right, listen, Joe Madison, him talking about the fact that was he asleep or was he asleep? Was he drunk? Did he just want to weigh out this relationship? I want to know your thoughts on Joe and Madison because they had a bit of I wouldn't say an explosive argument. She just was feeling rejected by his behavior, and of course he sent himself to the hotel room. So do we believe that Joe was asleep? Was he well, I shouldn't say we know definitely he was drunk, but do we think he was play acting? Was he just trying to get out of his relationship? What's our thoughts? Okay, go for it. Seaway.
He was off a bean. He was drunk, sleep. I don't know what else they gave him. I mean, and he really did seem like he was just waking up. However, his escape though, with all of that, he was trying to get away from her because he escaped the party to get away from her. But everything that happened after that, he was drunk, sleep, out of it, But when she came back and started all that crying, I'm like, is anybody mentally stable on this show? Is anybody mentally stable on this show? Because he was already off a bean, and then you start crying because somebody else is drunk. What's happening? Was she drunk?
Yes, you didn't see that gold goblet she was carrying around?
Yeah,
the whole time she's nurturing him, giving her water, she didn't put that goblet down there once.
Oh, okay,
and she had a straw in that glass.
Okay.
You know she was in it to win it.
It was wasted. Everybody.
Okay, I was just trying to understand because her response wasn't normal either. Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, that's what was blowing me because there's so many things happening with this couple, one, he don't like her. He's not attracted to her. You already said she got an interest in physique or however he framed it. She's got a bigger physique or a bigger frame than he's used to, but he's gonna rock with it. And she's giving me what's the girl? I'm feeling uncomfy. She's kind of putting me in the mind frame of her. So I think they just pick archetypes and they just dump the cast members in an archetype at this point. But the thing that was super annoying to me is if you why when people are drunk, inebriated, whatever he had going on, she's trying to have a coherent conversation and then she's melting down because he's asking her the same thing over and over and over again. I was like, don't make me side with him when he really don't like you anyway. And you're just being extra annoying. I'm trying to take care of you. Here's some water. What are you saying? What? You keep asking me, what am I wearing? He's drunk. Okay? He's drunk. Like, if you're upset that he's drunk, that's one thing. But you want him to just miraculously snap out of his binger and
She
talk to
did,
you?
Shano. She sobered him up quick. He was like, "This whole crazy," and he started sobering up.
No,
Because
he
she
was
wanted to
still.
put it on him.
Yeah, but that's because he woke up.
Easton, how did you even get there? Like, bro, you got to be kidding me.
She was. That's why he was like, dang, you ready? He said it. She was ready. She was trying to put it on him. He was putting up his boundaries.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Goodbye. Goodbye. No, don't. Let's not. We're gonna ignore Easton. That's what we're gonna do because he's wilding tonight.
But in all seriously, I think she was trying to like do something or at least like insinuate because he was like, dang, you ready?
Yeah, I thought it was just him talking out of his mind though. At that point,
Thank you, Glenn.
Yeah, I thought he was just talking because I mean,
Ain't no
I know
way.
I know people who not drunk, and when you try to wake them up, they're talking like crazy talk, right? Out of their mind. But when you add alcohol to it, I mean, this dude was just talking, just weird. I think there's some time of maturity. You got to leave people alone, right? I thought at a certain point she should be like, all right, I know he's still alive. All right, cool, go back to sleep, right? And you so at this point, don't talk to him. Less is production. Just let him sleep, right? And so when he wakes up, now you can have a conversation where both of you guys are coherent. The alcohol is gone. And so now you can discuss the events that led up to him going back to the room. We all know he doesn't like her, which he's not. Her physique is not what he's used to, right? He likes a slimmer type of a young lady. Not that she's ugly, but for him not to like her, in which we all know he didn't mind having sex with her, and that's a whole different conversation too. Because again, everybody has sex. You didn't like her. You didn't like her physique. Even when it was in the pool, that was your opportunity because she asked him flat out, and he didn't want to share. So he didn't want to be honest. I think the honesty piece in some of these shows is ridiculous because that's when it becomes diabolical. Because you're lying to people, and they're like, "Well, that's not what you said, and that's not what you mean, and you gave this up, and this, that, and the other." And now you come to find out that he never really liked you in the first place, just because you was giving it to him.
Glenn, wouldn't you recommend though to your daughters or to young women then because of that, the way these men have acted, to not be giving it up like that before a man even knows you? Because you see how they don't even care. They just doing something.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. You know, when in the KB situation, which we're not going to revisit, but that's what I said earlier. You got to set the boundaries. You got to have those boundaries in there, and there's nothing wrong with those boundaries. But again, don't cross the boundaries that you set. And so and I'm mad at Love Is Blind too because they keep showing this girl bump into stuff, and it's not funny. But like y'all know that she has issue with low light, and they're not trying to light the room up even more for her. So, until she trips and falls, and next thing you know, there's a lawsuit. So if you know she's dealing with low light issues, they should at least light it up and help accommodate her in situations. And if you notice, when he woke up, one of the first things he did was cut on the lights to make sure it was a little bit brighter for her. So she just, again, they don't know each other long enough. So my question to him would be, hey, do you do this all the time, talking in your sleep like this? Do you have those moments where you're incoherent when you first wake up? Because he's kept saying, I'm waking up. I'm getting myself together. I'm waking up. So is this a normal thing? Just questions. Again, he's living. He's okay. Let him sleep it off.
And the chat reminded me, but he backdoored a conversation into moving into her apartment. When he said his lease is running up.
Oh yes.
But the way he did that was like, and she was like,
So
well,
smooth.
I would want us to live together. He said, can I move into your place because my lease is up? It don't make sense to renew the lease.
Was this before or after
That's a
they?
This
smart
was
man. Smart man.
It was in the
in the
pods.
pods.
This was in the pod.
Kojo, go
Yeah, he didn't
away.
see her. He didn't see
That's
her
a
to set up
smart
his
man.
family.
Man's thinking about
He-
long term.
It's good.
He didn't
Think
see
about
that.
it,
Coach,
man.
are
Think
you
about it.
are you promoting using women on your platform?
Wait a minute now. If this was a
I'm
young
just-
lady, are you saying that you'd say that she's
Oh,
using
you know, Seaway, you open
Yes,
the
I
door for this
would.
because you know he gonna do the
No,
equal
no.
opportunity. He gonna
I'm
do
just saying,
well. If
would
a
you
woman can
say
do
the
it,
person was
Carla?
using it? Would you say she's using the person, or would you say it's just very smart behavior?
I would say
I
they're
remember,
using. If you're just trying to move it to
I remember a
somebody-
certain person was doing the exact same thing. This was not the conversation we had. So Shaw's absolutely right. I would definitely use this. That's like, I don't forget something. I'm gonna bring it back up because I remember a certain person was not against this behavior when a certain person was doing this last time.
Was it
Who are you talking about,
Was it
Kojo?
lazy Carla?
Oh, it was Carla who don't cook and clean.
Oh my God!
Just
I'm going back on
yeah,
mute.
and I
Y'all
thought
got
your
no
interview with Carla proved that the cape you had on for Juan needed to be hung up and thrown away.
Exactly.
Because you got played a fool by your boy. So I
Chaos
need you not to
Grading.
revisit
Hey, he was a fool.
your
I ain't gonna lie
Juanito
to
and
you.
his
He
scamming.
was.
Chaos.
Okay.
And I was wrong to back him, but it doesn't change the point. The fact is, we didn't
It
have a
changes
conversation about Carla
everything.
moving in. No, it doesn't. We didn't have this conversation about Carla. When Carla saying that her thing's up, nobody had this conversation.
Nope.
First of all, they're married.
You were
First of all, they're
protesting that she
married.
wasn't dusty, even though she kind of was.
But they're going to be married. So when he's talking about moving in, his lease is up in what, 6 months? So it's gonna be after they've married. So it would technically be when they're married.
Oh, okay, cool. So let's meet you there. Even if that's true, Carla actually liked Juan, was trying to move forward. It was Juan that didn't want to touch her, who had the problem with her. This man doesn't like this lady, but he's over here talking about her apartment.
This was in the pods. Once I see you, things can change. Boundaries can get set and can get dropped.
Cool, long as he's not saying it no more than.
Boundaries. I don't know why he's
There you go.
I wish I could drop you like they do on TikTok.
I see you.
I wish I could just drop you right from this. Every time you say boundaries, I'm gonna boot you. You're killing me.
We gonna talk about KB one of these days
I
later.
know Easton don't got a problem with KB not want to sleep with that man who has issues. I don't get it.
I don't have no problem with
Don't
it.
do it, Easton. You're not allowed to because I've told you, Easton, you don't go back there. You keep dragging her back. Stop dragging her back. Let her live. Let her live. Okay.
Hey, but I do think it was too early
for
I do think it was too early for the apartment conversation, man. Like, if you leave with her, I mean,
it was early though. I can't lie to you.
Most of the people watch the show, like, dog, it's too early. You got 6 months left on your lease, and y'all haven't even got left the pods yet. You ain't even popped the question. Let's have that conversation after we come from Baja, and then we can have that conversation. Let's see us living in the Love is Blind apartments first before I give up my apartment, or we share, something like that. So I think it was too early for him to bring that up. He's making plans ahead of time. And I think a lot of it was for him to try to tell her he's serious so she can pick him.
I think that with Joe, so I like to do my research, and sometimes it can be a little bit faulty, but I like to do my research. And Joe has a dating podcast based in Denver, and I think he's a podcast bro. I'm sure his financial status hasn't changed because his podcast hasn't blown up. So I'm thinking that in his mind, before I meet you in person, I'm liking the vibes of this conversation. And even how he posed the question about, it was more like, okay, well, how do you want to do the living situation? Because in his, just in Love is Blind history, there's always been some type of issues with people moving with each other. And I also think that Madison has already bought her own home. I think I'm correct. She has her own home. So, I think it's his lease running out. She has her own home. Also, just the dynamic of him moving into a home, what's going on. I don't think it was him trying to plan ahead of time, but all that plan that he had in motion went out the window when he saw her and he wasn't attracted. And then that's when he's put in his conditional boundary of we can be intimate, but I can't like you past that. And that's what it was ultimately. I think that Joe and Madison, it's going to be unfortunate because Joe is going to make a lot of people look bad, but he's very vain. I'm sure he's thinking about how he would look in front of his peoples and him having his dating podcast. And I don't think that she matched the fit his image in his head. And once he saw her, it confirmed it. And then now we see what we see.
I don't remember them in the pods. So I'm glad that people in the chat were reminding us of what they talked about. I can only remember what happened when they met up into the honeymoon. So that's what I'm going to talk about. But literally from the first moment that they met, this man was a problem. And he was calling her that. And just like immediately depersonalizing her and talking about, she's a whiter girl. I feel so bad for her because if she was in the South, she would be married with 2 kids by now. They would love her because she's just thick enough for them cornfield white boys to just be all up on her. But she's in Denver, and I lived in Denver for a few months. Denver is a beautiful city. It's really the whole of Colorado is very fitness driven, but especially in Denver, they don't have good food. Everybody's on a hike. Everybody's doing some kind of like fitness stuff. And they're all pretty fit, and they're really into that. So I can see why she would not be like, high up on the hierarchy for somebody like a Joe. I can see why that would be. Like, we're looking at it like, what is he talking about? She's fine. She looks great. But for Denver, no. In Denver, she's like a 5. And the other one, I can't remember her name. She was top heavy too. She's another one who in Denver, they wouldn't look at her and be like, oh, this is my trophy wife. That wouldn't be happening here. I feel bad for her. She needs to move south. Go to like Arkansas or Alabama or something, and they would love you. Florida would love her, but like the Panhandle, not Miami. Please don't go to Miami. So yeah, that it was never gonna work with somebody like a Joe. I feel bad for her, and I think the reason why she was crying is in part because she was drunk, but also because up until that point, she already suspected that he did not like her. Remember when they were on that boat, she even asked him flat out. And he lied to her. He straight up lied to her. It's like, no, I find you very attractive. I think you're beautiful. Apparently at some point he had told her off camera that he thought that it threw him off, like how she looked at first, but he got over it. And now he thinks she's very attractive. You know what I mean? Like why are you lying? Why are you lying? You know what I mean? Like, listen, men, I will never understand.
He had to lie. We're gonna act like he didn't have to lie. I hate when we do this. He had to lie.
We know this.
Say, I'm sorry, ma'am. I think you big. He was supposed to say that?
No, he could have just left her. He could have left her at the meetup. Say what you want, but the other franchises, the international ones, they have zero problems just leaving you there. Especially Brazil, they have zero problems leaving people right at the meeting place. It's like, this is not for me. I don't want to do it.
You know it, and I know it. It's not the same. It's not the same.
Wish he wouldn't have slept with her. I wish he would have just said, "Hey, I'm not into it," and not slept with her. That's what I feel like would have been the right thing to do.
That's what makes him a douchebag. Like, that was not cool. And she knows it. Like, her gut is telling her that. Her instincts are screaming at her, and she's ignoring them based off of his words. And so when he's getting super drunk and she don't want to be around him, and he's waking up and he's like acting all weird, it's like making her feel unsafe. Not physically, but I feel like emotionally, she's like, this is not what I imagined. That's what's making her cry. And I felt really bad for her. And also she's drunk. So she's already like the emotions are sitting right up underneath her skin. So yeah, instead of waiting for him to reject her, just leave him alone. That man don't want you, girl. Time to move on. You can find somebody else.
They can't do that. We've gone through season after season in America, and it's been a thing of they can get rid of you. You can tell them early, you can tell them late, you can tell them at the altar, you can tell them before the altar, and it don't matter. You're gonna get killed. You're gonna get killed. And so
that's the risk.
Huh?
That's the risk. So what? Be a big boy and tell her you don't want her. You ain't got to go into the reasons why.
I think you slow roll this thing out. slow roll it out, and hopefully you don't get too much backlash. Hopefully they don't.
That makes it worse.
By sleeping with her, though?
Yeah.
Can I ask them
Oh
a
no,
question?
no! I don't. I don't.
I
Really
can't
think-
agree with that. No, I
No,
can't
I don't
agree
think.
with that. No.
I don't think sleeping with
I
her.
want
but
to
I
ask.
don't
I
think-
want to ask y'all a
You don't
question
get it. He
about
was
that.
pressured.
Huh?
Okay, can I ask y'all a question?
Yes.
Do men sleep with women sometimes to see if the physical will force the attraction? Is there a place there he could have slept with her to see if that would help him get there?
It has
Do men
happened.
think that way?
There is.
It
But
has
he was
happened.
scared.
Huh.
And it didn't happen for him.
He was scared. He had no choice. He felt
I
like
wouldn't go that far.
he was in a
All
rock.
right, Coach. I don't know about that, Coach. I won't go that far.
I
But-
mean, listen.
I blame
He
you
don't
for
see
this,
with her.
T-Way. I
She
blame
gon'
you.
she
You
gon'
know,
she gon' say something.
give Kojo
It
an
gonna look
inch,
odd.
he take
She
him
gonna
out.
make it. She gonna make it about her weight in the end. So he ain't got a choice. He has to sleep with her.
Kojo, have you turned into Easton and Easton became
He just wants chaos at this point, and as long as it doesn't involve Edmund and KB, he's fine.
That was a wild one, Coach. That was a wild one.
Yeah.
It's not impossible. If Casey can go back to Patrick because she's afraid, I think that that old Joe here could be afraid too. He's scared for his life. He rejects her. She gonna make this a bigger issue than it actually is. You know what I'm saying, Chu? And then she fall down and get bruises too. Nah, brother is in a peak position, bro. He had to do what he had to do to get out of there. Poor man.
I'm gonna go ahead and go. I'm gonna go ahead and go. Coach.
That's how gaslighting works, guys.
Woo! Listen, this man. I was gonna go ahead and go real quick. This man doesn't like this woman, and it was evident even in the pods. He's just trying to get on as well. Poor girl. She is now beginning to see it, and she's seeing it from a place that she's already seen it before. She knows it's because of her physical that this man is not liking her. And I can see the struggle in her eyes trying to get him to admit it. And now I'm sorry.
You don't never make no man admit nothing like that on national TV. You take your pride and you get the hell on.
Well, that's
the
the
problem.
problem.
He's not gonna make that on TV. Nah.
That's the
I
problem.
wouldn't even ask him that question. I'm not asking. You don't ask questions on TV that if you get the answer you don't want, gonna have you boohooing and running down the street. She should have never even asked him that.
And that's why all of these people have emotional issues. It comes right back around.
That's why she was crying at night in corner, because he felt like, oh, this is something else to add to the fact that he's not physically attracted to me. So again, I mean, it's compounding, man. It's compounding, moving. Oh, it's just one thing after another, and I'm interested to see their conversation the next morning, because it's not gonna be a good one, because she's gonna give him the business and he can give her the business, and then Joe gonna be homeless.
And plus, she falling all over the place. This is.
No, don't do the.
That's she has a disability, Trey.
I got to.
What's wrong
We
with
doing?
you?
We go now. You can't. No, you can't bring this up. No,
Signed up for that.
I have not gone far enough.
Take it, Trey. Take it.
No, you gone way too far.
Let's be.
We let you have a little bit.
Watch and listen from the mountains. We have watched with disgust.
Continue, Trey. Since you're already there, continue, Trey.
Take it there.
Since you're already there, Trey, continue. Glenn, go after. Yes, Trey, go on.
The moment he heard that she had a condition that she could be losing her eyesight in the pods, you saw his face. It was a huge. We all paused. We went, "Whoa, okay, this is for real. This is a situation. Like, why are you here? Okay, whoa, okay." He should have been a no off rip if you know you're not going to be able to handle that type of situation. And he does not care for this woman. How many times did we see once they went on this vacation together, he didn't help her into the room. She almost fell over. She didn't even help her into the pool. She almost fell into the pool. I'm like, bro.
Did I miss all of this?
Now, this happened. happened?
She did fall like 5 times.
She
We need
fell.
to
She
see
was
what
falling
Alicia
all
Keys.
over the place.
Yeah,
She
it
was
did.
falling in love for real,
falling.
huh?
It was. I was like, yo, and he did not. He forgot and did not care so much that he was like, oh, wait, yeah, watch that first step. After she
Well, you
done
know
fell
what,
in.
Trey? I take it all back. He's been a dick because with his
Yes.
personality and I forgot she told him about her seeing condition in the pod. He wasn't gonna. He never should have slept with her because if he didn't care about the eye condition, her being bigger is just an icy. That's a small thing. That's a very small thing. Her not being able to see one day is a huge thing that you really have to care for somebody through. And so, I'm disgusted.
That's why him sleeping with her was the most depriving thing that he did. Like, bro, you know you don't like this woman. She halfway going blind. She falling all over the place. You're right. He's scared of how he's gonna look on television with this. But I would never stand up for no man that's gonna lie straight to your face like this. Dolly was correct. He should have said, no, this is not gonna work from the very beginning and stand on it. Trying to drag this out.
He want to be picked.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, he wanted to be picked. So they wanted to go
You
to
know what?
Baja.
I was about to say pick that one.
Epidemic.
I was about to say pick at what cost, but I obviously was seeing it because this is crazy. Now he out here looking the food, get drunk, acting all erratic. She's like, "Oh my God, are you okay? I just get you some water." What? Wait, what? Wow, you want it now? Oh my God! Like, yo, that was hard to watch as well.
This
was
just
hard to
made
watch.
me sad, right?
The crazy part is she may never ever go blind. So it's not a guarantee.
It's not.
The disease is not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee. So he's gonna have to. So it's not a guarantee. So it's just some things that he's gonna have to deal with. Is he willing to deal with her and her disability for eternity? Right. Let's say they get married because it's for sickness and poor, for riches to health, to death do you part. So are you willing to deal with this for the eternity? Right. Even if she does go blind. Are you willing to deal with this, right? What if when y'all have kids, you go blind? And I don't see Joe being that guy that with Madison who's willing to step up and deal with this. I like the fact that she told him early, but he was so hell bent on being with somebody. He was like, okay, I'll make the decision. I'll go with you.
Yeah, he was a no as soon as she told her about her potential illness. He was a no. You saw it on his face. You saw it on his face. He was like, "Oh, whoa! So you potential going blind? Okay, all right."
Trey, I think it's the attractiveness. I think us guys, we often overlook things, and we're willing to go through things if we perceive the person that we're dating to be prettier. And like, I think that I think he thought that she was going to be more attractive in his eyes, and he would have dealt with all that. But I think that he didn't like the package that he received, and so that made him be like, I'm not dealing with the illness. I'm not dealing with anything else. And then he just is trying to like stay on the show for this, for lack of better words.
But
this is why Kevin Samuels was very important. She needs to go find somebody that like a thicker woman, like find somebody who don't mind you to have no disabilities. Go find, look, you said in the chat, Dolly, go be loved by people who love you. Love the ones that love you. Because these type of people, he ain't got no patience. He gonna have no patience for no disability. He want to be with he should have been matched up with Miss Mamas that ran off on Patrick. That's who he should have been matched up with. But he probably ain't got enough money for her.
Dolly is correct. You let her go to Texas. She'll clean up. Just make sure you baby proof the house. You'll be great. Boom.
Yeah, she not a dim.
Dolly said the panhandle. I was crying in the back. Yeah, the panhandle. She need to go to Florida panhandle. Not no Colorado. You know what those white women look like in Colorado? They be thin. They be skinned. She is in the wrong location.
Wow.
As a matter of fact,
I
the food is terrible
ain't
because
seen
the
a whole
altitude.
bunch of thin and skiing up on this here season. So
No, I think Meg.
It's not that big though.
No, they all have like sleeve tattoos and they thin. They look like Allie, or yeah, they look like Allie.
Listen, I'm be
well,
honest
she's
with you.
the lone one that's highly attractive on this show. And
A
I'm
lot
gonna
of
say
these people on this show are the bottom in Denver. I want to say better, but they are. They're the bottom.
well, if everybody's the bottom of the barrel,
How
then they
should we
should be
somebody on
able
here?
to find each other in good company.
They're delusional.
Some people are strong fours but think they strong eights.
Because
Yeah.
old boy, who I guess we didn't get to him yet, but the one that was having weird conversations and the mama thought he was gay.
Oh,
You
Nick.
know, he's a
Nick.
he's looking a little weird too, trying to talk about he's a playboy.
Now,
Nick and
me and Elsa had a long conversation about Nick, and there's some interesting things that even I had to remind her where Nick is from. It constitutes a lot of. It made a lot more sense to how he acts. You know, he's straight metrosexual from where he's from. He's from Dillon.
Is this how you doing?
Yeah,
He
he's
sells-
straight
he sells
metrosexual.
jewelry. He's trying to play up. He's trying to sell some jewelry. He's trying to play this thing up. Come on now.
He is from.
Oh.
All I'm saying, he is
We're
from
trying to move a
Dillon.
Cartier bracelet.
He's from Dillon. Dillon is 2 hours outside of Denver in the mountains, but it's mostly corporate businesses there. It's nothing but money. I mean, pure money in Dillon.
The
The city is the quarter the size of Denver, yet the airport is the same size as Denver airport. It's ridiculous. No, but corporate jets.
Yeah, they be having money in Colorado.
Yeah, so you either a mountain man in Dillon or you what Nick is. Metrosexual.
I'm still trying to pay my ER bill from Denver. I couldn't breathe up there. I had a couple of oxygen tanks. That ER bill
because of the altitude. Yeah, that altitude is.
She over here
in the mountains.
Seaway cap, and she had one too many edibles, and then one thing.
I do not
Don't put that on my friend.
Yeah, I do not do edibles and I don't smoke. It was legit the altitude. I went up there. I could not breathe. I had to go to the ER. They talk about this happens once a day. Don't worry. And they put me on some oxygen.
And
I was like, "Ooh, I feel like a brand new person." They talk about you could take it skiing tomorrow if you want to. I said, I am not taking my oxygen tank skiing. Is you cool?
That is crazy. But that's why Aspen has the best snow.
Mm-hmm.
It's light and airy.
Okay, well, since we are on Nick and Annie, I was going to say quickly, Nick, I always find it interesting how quick we are to judge, especially the men being maybe got a little sugar in their tank or a little zesty. But in the history of Love is Blind, more times than not, it has been the woman who's been playing on the other side. If we look about Jessica, what was it?
Easton, why won't you put the mute on? Just mute.
It's true. Every time we say somebody gay, it's because they don't like the guy or like the girl or something like that, and they have these mannerisms and whatever it may be.
That's not why we call this guy. That's not why
find out down the road who done married who and who. With Izzy girl that he proposed to, she got with the girl. She got married to the woman. Like I'm just.
Are you just trying to find something new to stress
No,
everybody out?
Because they've been saying Shelly really want to be with from Love Island. They've been saying Shelly really want to be with Sierra the whole show. They've been talking about her the whole show. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about Love is Blind specifically.
But I'm just saying in general, if there's something to talk about, there's something to talk about.
Sierra has self-admitted that she is bisexual. None of these people have came and said that, hey, I play for the other team.
Because
or that
men and women are different. Women are allowed because of toxic masculinity. I'm sorry I have to explain to you the difference in society, but we have to keep doing this every time I see you. Men and women are different and they're treated differently in society. And one of the benefits to being a woman, which are there are very few, is that women are able to express their sexuality and live on the spectrum that men cannot.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that us as viewers, we
And
immediately
who designed that, By the way,
Huh?
who designed that whole system that Easton is
All
trying to
right,
fight back
we're gonna
against?
go with the patriarchy. We're gonna white
Men.
supremacy.
No, forget that. Men. We did. So you want to fight with women about things that we
I'm not
created?
saying who's the major spectator of this show is primarily the ideal customer profile of this show is women. So most of the majority,
what do women live within? Come on, let's
I
say it
didn't even
together.
make it a woman thing. I just said if I find it interesting that every time we have a question about somebody's
What's
sexuality,
interesting
when
about
in
it? It's
reality,
quite normal. What's interesting about? I guess I'm pushing back on the interesting part. What is interesting about it? What's nuanced
because
about it?
every season it comes to being a place of like, hey, this is unless they're on like ultimatum or the queer version or anything like that, they specific like they're dating and intending on dating a woman. So they haven't said, hey, I'm gay, I like dudes, this, that, and the third, and we immediately shoot to, oh, he got sugar in his tank, he's SD, he da 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 da. He ain't done nothing. He ain't done nothing that has like insinuated that outside of like our opinions. And I feel like we do that really, really quickly when it comes to guys. Every time, every season, it's the same thing. We don't like him. He do something. Oh, he a little zesty. Oh, he got to be.
I think you're just trying to take something and slap it on this because we're talking about him and this because he said it out of his own mouth and he talked about his mama thinking that he was.
And he said he wasn't. So what does that mean?
But it gave
Listen, when you introduce a topic and you open it up, people, just like you're going to explore and go down rabbit holes, people will too, especially if you say it.
Not to go back on this. So when Edmund talk about when somebody bring up a conversation.
Okay, I know he's your cousin now.
When somebody bring up a conversation,
tell your cousin you are defending him to the hilt. You got his back.
I'm sorry,
I'm not going to argue with Kojo. You don't have to worry about me, but I'm definitely going to call Easton out for defending his relative because there's no way that we got to keep all roads lead back to this
you
guy.
literally said if you had a conversation, the dude was bringing up
maybe you need to take your master's and then expand it to law school because you want to defend the indefensible.
with his mom.
Let it go. You can discuss at the end. Let's focus. Let's let Ethan finish his point. Please, let's not interrupt him because we need to let everybody land when they're making their points. We can answer after everybody finishes their point when they finish. Let's get back to those normal situations. Finish your point. Then Glenn wants to go, and then I'm sure you guys other people want to join as well. Go for it.
I say all I'm saying is it's always interesting because every season it's the same way where we be like so and so is gay, this, that, and the third, and it may very well might be that way, but more times than not, it hasn't been that way, and we see it every season by people throwing out these claims. Nick and Annie, I don't know if it'll work out. Annie, her facial expressions and her like laughter and her like that kind of irks me a bit, but in the hair, but outside of that, I think they're just a normal like couple, and I think we'll start to see trouble whenever they get to living it with each other. Landed plane.
Thank you very much, Glenn.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, just how him and Annie got together anyway, because the other girl didn't see right with him religiously, right? On the religious reasons, and so then he was like, "Oh, dang!" He had to pivot, right? He had to pivot to Annie because of the religious situation the conversation. Then he goes with Annie. Then they asked the question about LGBTQ community question that he's getting dragged for a little bit. I never really thought he liked Annie. I just think he was there because Kate, I think the other girl's name was Kate, right? Kate didn't work out. All right. And so he's like, I got to choose somebody. So let me go ahead and pick Annie. I really don't think he likes Annie. I think he's just there because she's the next best choice. And I don't think the relationship's going to last much longer. And I think they only aligned on the fact that they have kind of Christian values. But, time will tell. I mean, but if your mama think you gay, or if she's seeing something to make you ask that question, right? There's some type of behavior that's going on for her to ask you about that. It wasn't just a look or a glance. She's probably been observing you for a while to ask you that question. So I'm not saying that either way. I don't know. We as the viewers see that, but your mom has observed you for a while. That's your child. She knows, right? She knows you and knows that something may be off in you. And then for him to ask that question, it's something that, because of something he experienced in life. So now he's bringing life that he experiences into the pods, and he wants somebody that can have the same viewpoint that he has. So the only time will tell if him and Annie can work that out, or if he's hiding in the closet and not sharing, or sharing that he was gay and not gay, or as Trey said, he might just be metrosexual, and we'll see how it moves. But time tells. I'm done. Nothing major.
Okay, so to be honest with you, I really didn't pick up on any gay vibes until I saw other reactors commenting on it. I was more so focused on his scoundrel behavior. There was no room for me to focus on him potentially being on the DL. How he acted with the other girl, I can't remember her name. It don't even matter. But how he reacted to the first girl that he was into, his number one pick, just throwing around "I love you" real willy-nilly, rubbed me the wrong way. He said it early and fast. He laid it on really thick. It did come off as love bombing a little bit. And then he started asking her questions about her religion, even after she had already told him, "I don't believe there is a God. I stopped believing in God when my mama died." Yes, she had already told him that. She had already told him that, and he you just went in one ear and out the other, and you just left that right there. Didn't pick it back up again until you told this girl that you loved her, and then you want to go and ask some additional questions about that, and assumed that meant that there's a chance that she'll come back to God again. And it's just like, it doesn't work that way. I cringed as a Christian. It was just like, oh, I don't want you representing me or God. I don't want you to do it. You're not the person to do that. He came across as really crass, and I thought that how he handled that breakup was really gross. I felt bad for her, especially because he went to this whole speech about how he was going to love her to the moon and back for forever, until they both were dead in the ground. And after they're dead in the ground and they're skeletons, he's still going to love her. And it was just like, first of all, you're doing too much, and you're a liar on top of it. You don't even really mean that. You barely even know this girl, but you're talking about you love her that much. Please. And she was rightfully asking some good questions and pushing back on it, and pushing back on his definition of love and what that means. And he couldn't handle that. So then when they broke up and he went over to Annie, why did he feel the need to disparage her and make her look bad, throw dirt on her name like that? Oh, I'm getting knives on me. I'm getting attacked. It was just, you were not getting attacked. Okay. That's not what happened here. If anything was happening, really, you were the one who was doing the attacking. And then you just throw out that word love to her too, even though she was your number two. You weren't really checking for her. She was basically just, she was a just in case girl. Y'all don't really have anything in common. You're homophobic. I don't know if you're gay or not, but you're definitely homophobic. I feel bad for any kid of yours who might potentially be LGBTQ, because they definitely won't have a safe place with you, or Annie for that matter. I wouldn't be surprised if he was gay and is just choosing to be on the DL, because he's growing up religious. He's clearly conservative. I have no idea if he's MAGA or not. Wouldn't be surprised. So that kind of environment really doesn't lead you to feel safe enough to live in your truth. I don't see him, if he is that, I don't know if he is or not. I don't see him coming out no time soon. What I will say though is they're getting along pretty well in Mexico. I don't really remember too much about how they're acting with one another outside of the pods. I don't really remember too much about that. I was really more so focused on how he was carrying on inside of the pods, and that was enough for me. I don't know, man. He rubs me the wrong way. I do not like him. The fact that he thought that Mike was an upstanding gentleman and he's just like the epitome of bachelorhood. What was really funny though was when he proposed to Annie. I forgot about that. When he proposed to Annie, and then he went back into the lounge area, and all the guys are devastated because the other guy got left behind, and she broke it off with him, and none of them wanted to congratulate him. I think that says a lot because you guys are pretty chill with other men. So I always look at the guys. If the guys don't get along well with a certain dude, I think that says a lot about that person's character. Because it takes a lot for y'all to just be like, I don't want nothing to do with you. It takes a lot. And none of them wanted anything to do with him. Patrick had to like be the one to like start that train and congratulate him. And he can't read the room at all. Part of me thinks that he did it on purpose, that he like really rubbed it in that guy's face. I can't remember his name. Y'all remember his name? The one that Annie was with? Who was that?
Does it start with a B?
Was it Brendan?
Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan.
You, Brendan.
It was Brendan.
Yeah, he seemed like he was mixed with Spanish. Was that the one that called out Edmund for licking the floor and
Yeah.
Yeah.
He mixed with something for sure. He mixed with something. That's Brendan's fault. Brendan had her. Brendan had Annie, and he's the one who wanted to play around and take his time with it because he thought that he could do that he was that guy. That's his fault. So I don't even think that she was necessarily wrong for telling him kick rocks, but not Nick. What were you thinking? So she's slow. If anybody's slow, she's the slow one. Because the signs are there. It's not hard to see. So the fact that she's choosing him says a lot about her too. And I'm gonna leave it there. So yeah.
What was I say? Yeah, Annie ain't picking nobody, but I get to her in a second. Nick and this Nick and Cake situation. In actuality, I remember this situation came up. When I heard her say, wait, I don't believe in God anymore too. And the whole pause happened. Wait, what you mean? I had to stop and I went back to the last episode because that wasn't what I heard either. I went right back to in that moment, went back to the last episode and replayed that whole scene again to make sure I heard it correctly. What she said was, when our mother died, my brother stopped believing in God, and it was a whole thing. Nick then said, oh, wow, that's terrible. I understand that, though, because it's something that traumatic, this and that third. She said, my brother stopped believing in God. That was the exact words. My brother. She never said herself. So fast forward, go back to this conversation when Nick went, wait, whoa, what do you mean? That's why he was like, whoa, no, that's not what you said yesterday. And she's like, yeah, I did. She's like, no, you didn't. You said your brother stopped believing in God, and I was trying to console you about it and everything. And we was having a discussion about it. You never said you stopped believing in God. Then she said, well, I thought you would just assume that would be the case. I would be the same case. He's like, assume? No. It's like, you said your brother. I didn't think it was you. You should have said you. That's where their contention came from, but he had to end it right then and there. So from that standpoint, even though I'm not a biggest Nick fan, from that standpoint, he should have ended that relationship. Because if y'all are not on the same page, especially something as far as religion, no. It's a no-go. Go ahead and end it there. He ended it, move it on. He went to his second choice, Annie. Now, my second point is Nick, Annie, and Kate are all homophobic. Because before Kate stopped believing in God, as she said, she was on the same kick as him. Remember, they matched up in just about everything, even belief systems. That's all they were talking about. So she was on that same kick too. When he switched over to Annie, Annie's a weird situation. I'm gonna be honest with you. Annie didn't take anything serious this whole process. She did not take it seriously until day 8. And I knew it was day 8 because by day 5, I was starting to catch what scenes was being played on what day because of how they were talking to one another. Even though the show was trying to mix it up, I was catching, oh, no, they're talking about day 8. This happened on day 8. Oh, And Annie left. What's the Asian girl? What's her name? What was her name? The one that left.
And
Anna.
Or Anna.
Anna left on day 7. That it definitely happened on day 7. That's why I was starting to catch it. Like, wait a minute, okay, this happened this day because of what they was wearing, and this happened on this day. Oh, okay. So when he started talking to Annie, you got Annie, Brennan, and Nick going on. Little triangle here. Like I said, Annie wasn't taking anything serious up until that point. She was doing the jokey game just like a Jordan was. Nothing was serious. She was joking with Brennan, this and that, third. I do think Brennan was a little bit more serious about her, but in his mind, what I think was happening, he looked at that situation and was like, okay, I like you. He thought he was putting in signs to say he was like her, like kept asking her about what type of house you want and this, what type of life you want. I think I can provide that. You try to match up with her. To him, that was the clue signs. She didn't see it that way. Case in point, you have to be more communicative when you're trying to discuss things. Now, I agree with Annie in saying somewhat, Brandon, if you felt that strongly about that, you should have said something more. You should have said something sooner. My only issue was, to Brennan's point, he felt like he was giving more than what he was getting from Annie, as far as, you know, how much do you like me? Are you really feeling me? This and that and third. She stayed very much the same all the way up to the very end until Nick chose her as his second choice. And all of a sudden, that's when Brittany kicked it in the high gear, like, oh, wait, whoa. I thought we was gonna do, because think about it. Everybody outside of the first couple that locked in first day, that was crazy. Well, actually, probably like day 2 or 3 for them. But locked in on the first episode, probably day 2 or 3 for them. Everybody else dragged it all the way out right to the very end. And they were all giving keywords that they were doing that. A lot of the other hookups or proposals didn't happen till day 8, 9, and 10. That's when everything started happening in a row. 8, 9, and 10. Right in a row. So everybody was dragging their foot in this particular situation of, hey, who's going to be first to say, I like you or I love you, this and that and third. Annie was trying to get it from Brennan. She was trying to get it from Nick. Nick was trying to actually get it from Kate. He was locked in on Kate, but after that whole debacle, where, you know, she don't believe in religion all of a sudden, he had to pull back over that one. Great decision. He should have. Went all in on Annie. What, do I believe he loved her? No. But, hey, he got to close the deal. He went all in on Annie. She said, okay, cool. Somebody finally said they wanted me, so she going with it. Even though I think her top pick was actually Brennan. It wasn't Nick. But even with that, her and Nick values, core values, they still align on a lot of things. So that's kind of the reason why they somewhat working out. But I don't think he's attracted to her either. Like, as soon as he saw her, I saw a look on his face. This ain't it. But you know what? I'm going to follow on through. Get right to the end. Just like just about every other guy on this show look like they're doing. Getting it right to the end. I think it's a mistake. I don't like it. But that's what they do. And Annie, like I said, I don't think Annie's really actually taking this all that seriously. She's just up here to have fun. She said it herself. I was just up here to date around and have fun. She said that to multiple people right in the beginning. So she's just here to play. So any move she makes, I can't really take that seriously in the first place. And the whole Nick and Mike situation, the reason why Nick was taken up for Mike, because actually Mike and Nick are two of the same person. They go like this. They run in the same circles. They believe in the same things. They date in the same dating pool. Both of them. That's why they linked up. If you notice, Nick was the only one that would take up for Mike in certain situations in the men's lounge. All the rest of the men didn't like Mike like that. They really didn't. Not like that. They weren't feeling him like that. Nick, Edmund said it perfectly. Brennan, he actually, KB saved him. Brennan was the one everybody liked. That's why he was all like, oh, why'd you do, told Andy, why'd you do Brennan like that? Oh my God. KB went, oh, hold on now. Don't put your foot in your mouth. You know, there's also the other side there. She, you know, she got to do this, and that, third. And all of a sudden he went, oh, Nick cool. You probably made a good choice. Nick cool. Now he don't like Nick like that. The choice is Brennan. Okay? The choice is Brennan. Everybody know it. It's just, you know, yeah, socially awkward dude spilled the beans. And his wife and his fiance had to save him. But like, hold on. You talking too much. You're saying too much now. Pull it back. And he had to pull it back. But yeah, Nick, he's just cool. They don't like Mike. Nick is just cool. But he hang with Mike, so he's suspect. That's how that go. Suspect.
Appreciate it.
Right there.
Any other thoughts on this before we move it to the last couple? Okay, fantastic. Last one. You all got 15 minutes. Okay. 15 minutes. Get your thoughts out. Keep them short. Okay. Anton plus Ali.
Not you sick and tired.
It's not even, you know what it is? I gotta go to bed. I
gotta set his boundaries.
You know?
Kick him off.
Well, I'll yield my time. I'll yield my time so Kojo can go.
You don't have to see it. You don't have to do it. No, it's fine. You don't have to do that.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion.
You know
I only have an opinion on Edmund, which we're not allowed to go back to. So I'll yield anyway.
Okay.
And real quick, I just
young lady yields her time.
I'll really
like Congress.
Anton and Ali. Anton is slowly realizing that Ali isn't who he thought. She's not congruent to who he thought she was, and knowing his background, I think isn't he Russian? Like I'm pretty sure he's uber traditional, and Ali ain't traditional. I don't care what you gotta say, what you gotta do. She's not that, and him and Charles, like in France and Love Is Blind France, they realize that the person that they picked with, that they've gotten a relationship with, aren't as domesticated as they probably like, and that irks them. And it's gonna be a slow burn with Anton and Ali until that Russian man blows up, and that's gonna be all she wrote. Because she also wants to be kept up. She wants to live a very soft life. And Anton ain't fooling with that. And them Russian women be living a soft life, but they live in hard lives too, because they be doing stuff on the back end. So we just gonna leave it at that. I'm waiting to see this one crash and burn. I don't want to see the demise, but I think that this is a par for a course because Anton did not vet her well enough. He jumped face first, day one, didn't vet her, because if I would have heard that, Ali would have told him what type of woman she was if he would have vetted and asked more questions, but he never did. And so that's why Anton, so for people who think I don't hold men accountable, Anton, what is coming to you is all your fault, because I could tell that woman can't do nothing good for you. But that's it.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Wait, can I just interrupt? I just wanted just a note. They have clarified that just because we see them get engaged on the first day does not mean they did. They all get engaged on the same day, which is day, I don't know, maybe say 15, 12, I don't know. Netflix just didn't care to show us what they went through, which is the problem. I just wanted to note that.
Got it.
Yeah, I think it's all of it get engaged like on day 10. I think it's day 9 or day 10. What I think, she is kind of superficial. I think isn't she the one that says, like, I like a $10,000 ring? He like only paid $5 for. He's like, you like the $5,000 ring? She's like, well, I wish it was 10. Like, bruh, like, bro, give you $5,000 ring, and then she wants to be kissed with her eyes open, right? And like, you know, a guy with his eyes open is dying about, like, close your eyes. I think they can work. I want to see how it plays out when they get back to Colorado. I think he is infatuated with her enough and care about her enough that he's willing to, I want to say, close a blind eye to some of the things that she's bringing up. But I think if they break up, it's going to be because of her, not him, right? She's going to do something where it's going to irritate him to the point where he says it's enough, because I think he's infatuated with her enough, and he loved her enough. That's why he got engaged kind of so quickly that she's going to have to mess it up. It won't be him. That's my thoughts.
Anton scares me. Any person who kisses with their eyes open terrifies me. That's so weird. I'm sorry. It's weird. It's weird. It's so weird. And on top of that, huh?
That's really a thing.
It is with him. It's just
wait.
Why didn't you
Like
have
it was
your eyes
wide
open?
open or something. His eyes weren't like it was just, you know. It wasn't wide open. Like he went like he was staring at her. Like he was just.
But if your eyes is closed, if your eyes are closed, how you even know his eyes is open? That's my thing.
Right. This is like praying at church.
Fair enough. But you know what though? The other reason why he scares me is he came off as intensity from day one. Because even though we didn't see the whole relationship play out, on day dot, he over here calling her baby. You don't know this lady, and she just eating it up with a spoon. Like
that's your line. These people got married and never seen each other. He can't call her baby.
No, not on the first date.
Nolly
That's
don't
a
like
10-minute date. That's a 10-minute
don't like
date.
Nick and don't like Anton. It's cool. I know the two that you hate the most.
Come
Anton
on now.
These boundaries are strict. I don't even. They strict. I don't even get them. So we can get married, but you ain't my baby.
Dolly is
not on day one.
strict around here.
Sight unseen, proposed, engaged rather. And
we gonna put you in Easton or whatever his boundaries are for Evan.
Boundaries. Everybody want to start having boundaries all of a sudden.
This is my boundary.
You
Easton.
are
okay.
Insane.
We stop calling me baby on the first date. All right, that's weird.
My God.
It's a 10-minute date,
Anybody
y'all.
watching? You see Dahlia? Just take it easy. Not too much.
Just know it's
don't call her baby.
Oh my dear. Just know that.
Oh my dear.
Dolly, they gonna see how pretty you look, and they gonna want to call you baby.
They're gonna be like, "Damn, baby, you look good today."
Yep.
You're gonna be like,
She gonna
"Whoa,
don't call me baby.
This is a first date. Take it easy, sir."
Yes, that's
it's
weird.
Miss D to you.
Let them love you.
Call me D.
You love me.
My name is Dahlia. My name is Dahlia. Get it correctly. Oh my God.
Like baby D. You know?
Now don't say that. Okay, say baby D. No nickname.
It's a lot up front. That's all, and it's weird because they didn't really talk about too much. Like they from what we saw, they talked about both being children of immigrant families, but they didn't even really. That's all they had to connect on. I don't remember anything else. And Alini, you can tell just by listening to her voice, that's a pretty woman. So kudos to him for guessing correctly that I need to lock her down immediately because she is the prettiest one out of that entire crew. She is. I'm sorry. I got to give it to her. That's a beautiful woman. And she knows, I don't know what she's doing on here. What is she doing on Love is Blind? She doesn't need it. She gives me, no disrespect, but she kind of gives me sugar baby vibes. Like the way that she talks. I don't know if that's her actual voice or she's really putting it on. Oh, that cutesy baby, baby, baby. I don't know if that's her real voice or not, but she talks like sugar babies talk to the sugar daddy to like get more money out of them. That's how she talks to me. And I think now he realizes like, oh, I cannot afford her. I cannot afford this woman. That's too late, sir. That's a conversation you should have had in the pods. You could have and you didn't. And I think it's interesting that they had 6 episodes so far that mostly consisted of pod, almost entirely consisted of pod. and yet they only devoted one episode to this couple. That's weird. So that probably means this couple is the one that's going to have more explosiveness on the back end as opposed to the other ones. The other ones are probably going to implode on the honeymoon. This is the one that'll probably make it. Them and KB and Edmund, those will be the ones that make it all the way to the end, and then we see the explosion, or we see the explosion all the way up till then. The other ones, I don't think they're going to make it all the way through. And it's really sad that this is the season where Love is Blind finally decided to come up out their pockets to spend money. Because I don't know if y'all noticed it, but they got the rights to actual songs. They was playing Dark Horse. They was playing, what was that? What was the New Jack City song they was playing? Not New Jack City, the New Jack Swing song, when it was like, Touch Me Baby, like that song. You know what I'm talking about? They were playing it in the on the honeymoon episode, and it was a couple other ones. Those are not cheap. They had that really nice camping date for Anna and the other guy whose name I can't remember. That's not cheap. Like they came up out their pocket, spent some real money, and it's Blake. On Blake. Yeah, and it's on a whack ass season. We're never going to get this again, so I hope y'all enjoy that. I hope you enjoy all the money that got spent this time around. We'll never see it again.
Well, I hope they spent the money and fed the people, because that's the biggest problem. Forget the music rights. They need to be feeding these people and not stressing them out in hostile work environments.
They showed it. They showed people eating full-blown pasta meals, but they was keeping it cold in that place because everybody had a blanket. Everybody.
And meanwhile, this is the most unhinged cast. I hope they gave everybody 2 years of better help sessions, because the folks that we see,
they definitely need it.
Hey, so. Patrick was always eating the salad, man. Patrick always had a big bowl of salad in this scene. He did. Patrick had a big bowl. He was always grubbing. So.
Yeah, there's not too much to say about them for now, but yeah, it'll be interesting watching this particular couple. So that's all I really have to say on them.
I think just be quick. I think the writing's on the wall for them. Anton saw it. He was like, "Yeah, I think I messed up. I think I messed up." As soon as he's like, "This ain't gonna work." You can be pretty all you want to, but when you actually think about long term, be like, nah. And besides, you know what? The real difference with him is he's a serious Russian man because he takes things seriously. He's going to be serious about everything. If you notice, whenever they talk, she's trying to joke sometime, whatever. He's like, no, I mean that for real. Like, seriously. No, I think this for real. Seriously. Like, no, he's gonna get, and he's also the type of dude, he is sitting back, literally. Every time you see him in the scene, he's sitting back and observing everything, including her. He's just sitting back looking. Half of the time when everybody was getting drunk, he was in the pool in that little dinky thing by himself before she came in there with him, just sitting back watching everybody. Outside of the time he was talking to the fellas and talking to Edmund, he was in that little pool by himself, chilling, but watching everybody. I said, okay, I see what type of dude he is. Yeah, he's sitting back, he's checking her out, he's seeing how she moves, he's listening to what she's saying, and it's not adding up. He's like, it's not adding up. But he's gonna ride it out to the end and see what it do. Things could change, but for what it's looking now, heck, even that whole conversation which I don't understand why he even brought up the fact of how much he spent on that ring. I don't know why he did that in the first place. But then on top of that, she had to follow up and say, well, no, it should have been 10 grand. Oh God. Did you see his face? He went, oh, really? Okay. That was a bad move. It was a very bad move. And she didn't even realize the thing. Like, she was just like, yeah.
1 minute, Trey.
I'm good. I'm gonna stop right there.
Sean Seaway. I haven't heard from you guys. Maybe my brain was ticked off, but I ain't heard from you guys. Oh no, Seaway's conceding, but I don't know if Sean has any thoughts on Anton Ali.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only couple, I guess, remotely we can root for. At least in my opinion, they seem to have the least issues to work through. I mean, the little petty things, the ring conversation, I almost forgot about that. You know, it looks like they have a little skerfuffle somewhere, you know, disagreement. She talked about the kissing with the eyes open. I mean, to me, I think this is Love is Blind, so that's little stuff. So, you know, all these other couples have glaring, you know, massive red, huge flags. But I want to root for them at least. Let's see. Let's see how things progress. You know, he seems to be a cool dude. The ladies liked him too. They were talking about how attentive he was, and you know, he seems to be mild, you know, even tempered, mild mannered. You know, again, giving Edmund some solid advice. Not that I think it fell on deaf ears, but you know, that's that. Yeah, so I'm rooting for them for now.
Well, listen, look, it's been amazing. Done a great job, guys. 4 hours and 19 minutes. You know, it's given old school. You know what I mean? It's given COVID, and we appreciate that. You know what I mean? So shout out to y'all who held it down. We've got another 3 episodes to go tomorrow. So, you know, we'll be back here next Tuesday for the breakdown of those videos as well. Yeah, Thursday we'll do Love is Blind reunion for France. So if you've watched it, join us then at 8 p.m. EST. I'll be on time this time. My bad. Work was taking over me. I'm still doing work now. But we appreciate you. But before I go, let me let Sean do what he does best to give us a quick roundup of the festivities of conversation, should I say.
Well, this is going to be a really short one, and love is not blind. Love needs to see. Love needs to have 20/20 vision in order for you to see the person that you're in front of and know that they are reflecting you back and the you that you want to see together. Back to you, Kojo.
Thank you very much, Sean. Well, listen, audience members, thank you for joining us for the last 4 hours. It's been old school. It's been powerful. It's been wonderful. The first 2 hours were typical old school behavior, back and forth. It was wonderful to watch, and it was greatly entertaining as well. Okay. And I've missed some of those kind of conversations with you. We are back tomorrow night, myself and Jay, and a couple of other people as well, I'm sure. Who, if you feel ready to join us with an open panel tomorrow, where we're having conversations. I believe we're talking about this week around about dating and whether men are dating correctly in 2025. So if you're ready to come for an open panel at 8:30 p.m. EST, then by all means come and join us. We'd love to have you on the panel to discuss some relationship topics as well. And then Thursday night we have Love is Blind France for that panel conversation. Okay, I'll give you a break on that Friday. All right, don't worry about it. But listen, audience members, thank you so much. My panelists, thank you so much for sticking with us for the last 4 hours. It's been appreciated. I know you guys got work and stuff, so thank you very much, Trey, Glenn, Easton, Dahlia, Sean, Seaway, Little Blackbird 91. Thank you too. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to thank yourself. You know what I mean? But listen, audience, it's been amazing, been wonderful. Thank you very much as well. You know, some people out here who keep mentioning boundaries.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
They know who they are. They need to leave these boundaries alone. But look, we gonna love you and we gonna leave you. But I'm gonna tell you, listen, my Shayla.
Oh my God.